1-1.
Мне кажется, наши все спикеры уже на месте. Давайте тогда, наверное, потихонечку будем начинать, потому что у нас в Zoom есть участники, спикеры, которые нас ожидают. Так. Уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемые гости. Позвольте поприветствовать вас на секции на тему «Роль коллективного управления авторскими и смежными правами в защите авторских и смежными правами». Данная секция направлена на обсуждение функций организации, управляющих имущественными правами на коллективной основе, так называемых АКУП. Мы обсудим в рамках нашей секции вопросы, связанные с правоприменением, с деятельностью подобных организаций. Если будет возможность, мы также обсудим судебную практику, имеющуюся на сегодняшний день в странах ЕАЭС, то есть опыт, тенденции и проблемы в сфере коллективного управления. Для начала позвольте мне представиться. Меня зовут Шулпан Абдреева. Я являюсь председателем комитета по правам интеллектуальной собственности Министерства юстиции Республики Казахстан. Давайте сразу начнем по программе. Да? Первое слово позвольте мне представить докладчику. Это программный офицер Всемирной организации интеллектуальной собственности Миюки Манроинг, которая присоединяется к нам в онлайн-режиме. Коллеги, есть, да, соединение? Угу.
Not so far ago, we met Ms. Miyuki Manroing, and we discussed the issues of CMO. And I do see that we have representatives of the collective management, the right holders, which participated in the international workshop, which been not so far ago in Almaty City on October 21st. Miyuki? On the established seminars workshop, she shared experience on regulating of the collective management, and we will have the speakers from the European Union, which shared the experience of European countries. We are waiting for the speaker. We have some technical delays. It seems for the start, for the very beginning, it's normal because we are waiting of the intensive debate. Just a minute. We will wait for the speaker.
Share the screen. May I start now?
Коллеги, если
Dear colleagues, if you will need the headsets, please take them. Mukhtar, can you distribute the headsets? You will need them. Rinat, you'll be given the headsets.
Start.
Thank you. As this is my first time to take the floor. Sorry, I hear my echo. Can you hear well?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I hear some echoes. It's okay for you again. So you could turn the microphone. Thank you so much. So as this is my first time to take a floor, I would like to thank the government of Kazakhstan deeply for giving the opportunity to WIPO. It's my biggest honor to speak here today. So just directly let me start. This panel is introduced addressing the management issues, and this might be the first time we didn't cover the collective management. Please let me know that because some principles and roles of CMO collective management organization. the principle of right management is rights holder have two options: individual management and collective management. Generally, rights holders may exercise their rights themselves on an individual manner. Sorry, I just tried to trying to cut off my translation because I still hear my echoes and very strange. I cannot cut off it. Sorry. So the right holders have two options: individual management and collective management. And the principle is that rights holders may exercise their rights on an individual basis themselves, but there are many situations where such an individual management is practicable or impossible. There are many examples, like, for instance, you are a composer of music, and your music is so many restaurants in your country and abroad, the background music, or your works, of literary works, like books, are copied so many as in individual institutions all over your countries. In these situations, it will be almost impossible for you to authorize this usage one by one, monitor those usage, and then collect monies for all of these users. And it is in such cases where the collective organizations both may come into play. And in practice, CMOs may play a role of a bridge between rights holders and users, and CMO may negotiate license fees and conditions with users, then license, monitor use of their rights, and collect licensing fees and distribute them to rights holders. So those things, negotiation of licensing fees and conditions, licensing and monitoring, collecting and distribution of remunerations, those are the core functions of CMOs. Even though many CMOs are going beyond these core functions and provide services from social and cultural and educational perspectives, for instance, to play a role in
И также социальные институты... Да. Слышите ли вы меня? Одну минутку.
May I continue?
Могу ли я продолжать? Большое спасибо. И я говорила о основных принципах УПОК. Извините, я слышу перевод. Я слышу русский перевод. Как я могу выключить перевод? Я постараюсь продолжить, даже если я слышу перевод на русский в то же время, пока я говорю. И я говорила о основных принципах УПОК. И я пытаюсь исправить эту проблему. Можете ли вы меня слышать? Я буду продолжать. Пожалуйста, сообщите, если вы перестанете меня слышать. Я говорила о основных принципах ОКУП. Существует много ОКУП, которые проводят больше функций основных принципов ОКУП по индустриальным проспектам, промышленным. И также преимущества для индивидуальных, для правообладателей. Это будет лицензии, которые не используются с своей стороны. То есть лицензия для массового пользователя и для пользователей
ОКУП может получить разрешение от массовых правообладателей, и благодаря экономической составляющей ОКУП предоставляет сервисы по сравнению с другими управлениями правообладателей. И существует также макро- и микроэкономика. Она составляет больше, чем 5% национального ВВП, и работоспособности в каждой стране может, конечно, различаться в соответствии с уровнем развития страны. И в этом случае группы переходов в разных экономиках, например, в Казахстане, в сравнении с другими индустриями остальных стран превышают более 5%, которая также является небольшой, но все равно это внушительные показатели для нашей страны, так как ОКУП — это очень важная промышленность в индустрии правообладания и для наших туристов.
National GDP and your
Который
market, your economies. So now let me move on to the focus of today's topic. And in my presentation from now on, I will refer to a WIPO publication called WIPO Good Practice Toolkit for CMOs. The toolkit sums up good practices of CMOs at an international level. And this is a non-normative document, so the countries or CMOs would not have a legal obligation to follow those good practices contained in the toolkit, but rather they may be just inspired from them to customize or adapt them according to their specific needs and contexts and so on. This is available online, including in Russian language, so please do not hesitate to take a look. And the toolkit is now under revision, and the draft revised version is available from the link. We are now finalizing the document, hopefully to publish it within a few weeks. And as we are close to the finalization of update version of the toolkit, please let me talk to you based on the draft updated version from now on. Regarding the enforcement, which is today's main topic, I would like to attire your attention that it is not CMO's primary function to protect the copyrighted works from infringement or piracy. As I expected earlier, this is not the core function of CMOs. However, CMOs may play an important role to have users and access to creative works so that users may use those works without infringing copyrights. So from this angle, licensing activities of CMOs is just the other side of the same coin to protect creative works from infringement. And this is a reason why I wish to focus on licensing function of CMOs today and present good practices of licensing. And in this slide, you may see the table of contents of the toolkit. And what are the most relevant today would be chapters 8 and 12. So first, let's look at chapter 8, focused on licensing. The chapter is further divided into 4 small sub-chapters, which is on the screen. Chapter 8.1 is highlighting the importance of transparency of CMOs for users. And today I will not go into details. Please, you may look at it from your side by downloading the toolkit from our webpage. And I'm sure I translated my slides into Russian, so I'm sure that the organizer may kindly share my slides in Russian after this presentation with all of you. But to put it in very short, the good practice says that a CMO should be transparent and make available to users information which explains all the key aspects of its licensing policies, because it would be very important for users to take an informed decision over license before being licensed. Then Chapter 8.2 is dedicated to the principles of licensing. Again, you can feel free to have a look at those good practices in detail by yourselves. But in short, CMOs should treat all potential licensees in a fair, professional, and non-discriminatory manner. And when licensing requires a prior approval of a specific rights holder, a CMO have to make best efforts to expedite the approval process. CMO may nevertheless refuse to grant a license for a specific user, but they can do so only when there are objective reasons. For instance, when the user did not pay more than a few times licensing fees as decided in the licensing contract and so on. In such a case, as the reason is very obvious and objective, a CMO may refuse to license to that specific user. And when doing so, a CMO should provide to that user a written statement explaining the reason and appeal procedure within a reasonable period of time according to the good practice. Then Chapter 8.3 is talking about tariff setting, which is a very important and also difficult and sensitive topic. In very, very short way, the tariffs should be clear, transparent, and based on objective criteria. The key principle here is that the price of a license should be corresponding as much as possible to the fair market value of the rights in question and the services, and also the services provided by the CMO, and taking all aspects of the transaction into account. So the tariff should be set up as much as possible based on what's so-called fair market value standard. And in order to do so, a CMO may back up its tariff proposal with relevant data or independent economic researches concerning the economic value of the rights in question in the relevant market. Only CMOs, but of course also users have obligations. And Chapter 8.5 is dedicated on users' trans obligations. So both CMOs and user licensees must act in a responsible manner and conduct negotiations in a good faith and in a transparent manner. And in particular, licensees/users must cooperate with CMOs by reporting the copyrighted works they use in a timely and accurate manner, as well as any data or information allowing the CMOs to calculate the licensing fees. And this is very essential to enable the CMOs to operate efficiently, because without such users' reportings, CMOs cannot distribute the collected revenues timely to the appropriate right holders. There are also international standards for users when they report to a CMO, and those international standards are often developed by creative industries, and users have to follow those standards as well. So finally, this is my last slide. Chapter 12 of the toolkit is dedicated to dispute resolution. But during the revision process of this year of the toolkit document, we added a new subchapter as chapter 12.2. So this is a new chapter. And this new subchapter is actually quite relevant to enforcement. So I would like to add before finishing my intervention today. It is about foundation for CMO to initiate dispute resolution proceedings under its own CMO's name and on behalf of rights holders. And we thought it could be important for CMO to have the possibility to initiate proceedings for dispute resolution in its own name and on behalf of the rights holders, because users or licensees may not always comply with the agreed licensing terms and conditions, or they might even refuse to take up a license, even though they are using those works in a CMO's repertoire. And basically, the legal standing is determined by national legislation, including national copyright law or general civil or criminal law. But it can be also determined by the agreements between the CMO and the rights holders, such as a mandate or membership agreement, and depending on the jurisdictions. The toolkit contains a list of examples of both options. So the option to be defined to define under legislation, or an option to do so under a voluntary agreement or contract between CMO and rights holder. And the toolkit covers examples of both options and with various examples from different jurisdictions over the world. So if you are interested, please do not hesitate to consult chapter 12.2 of the new version of the toolkit. And thank you so much for today. Sorry for some technical issues from my side. And that's all from my side. I will remain for any question and answers, if any.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miyuki, for such content speech. And I think by your speech, our participants could know what organizations we have or such collective measures and what activity they have, and we could hear the users about the users and their commitment in the aspect of the reporting and why it is important to give reports for users. Thank you, colleagues. Do you have any questions? Do you want to ask a question, please? Can you introduce yourself? And maybe we can have it a bit later. Is it comfortable for you to do it now? If you have one question, please, you can ask. We can bring you the microphone. Miss Miyuki, we have one question. Thank you, Miss Miyuki, for your speech. My name is Mirbekova Diana. I'm the international lawyer, and I want to know how your systems work with the right holders. What deals do you have, and is it automatically added to the systems of protection of copyrights in your organization, or is it directly, or they directly sign the contracts with you and you give your work? This question is addressed not to WUN, and our colleagues will have speeches and they will ask you, Miyuki, you don't need to answer this question because we have the representatives that will answer this question, and we continue. The next floor is given to the Director of Department of Development of Entrepreneurship, Bakenov Yernar Bakhadjanovich, please. Thank you so much, Ulpan Doktarovna. I'm very glad to be here on today's event. The event that is going to be today and tomorrow, and I express my gratitude on behalf of the European Committee to the Ministry of Justice of Republic of Kazakhstan and the National Committee of Copyrights and Shulpan Andreeva for the organization of this event. And in the framework of this event, every of us can discuss any topics and maybe obtain new information on the development of intellectual property rights. Very contentful speech was from the World Intellectual Property Right, Miss Yuki, and we all understand how transparent activity and effective work on the organization of copyrights can promote the whole system and the sphere of development of copyright holders, and especially in such periods in the world, the period when the creative industries are developing and in the world GDP is rising in such industries like that contributes a lot to the rise of GDP in the world. And we all noted has been noting that the Global Innovative Index that was presented and this year in September was based on those contributions that governments doing in the scientific researches, the constructive works, and in the results we produce such products that is necessary, and also keeping safe of this product is the object of intellectual property right, and in the member states of the EAEU is already thought about it and about the adopted contentful strategic documents for developing the creative industries in Russia and Republic of Kazakhstan and in Kyrgyz Republic, the conditions that for developing business incubators and certain hubs, multifunctional, exhibitional, educational centers, and this is directed to raise the contribution of these businesses. And in the framework of European Economic Union, and on the stage of signing this document, the member states have agreed to adopt some functions and they could regulate some steps in the transboundary spheres, and certain system elements, including provisions that facing the number of tools that Ms. Miyuki has already mentioned, the principles of transparency, control, and fairness that organizers should abide by, besides very substantial norms was settled towards the principle of transparency, and the number of regulatory norms was already set out, and also the periodical site was also defined. It's not less than one a year to post in online the data about your activity on the internet. Also, organization of collective management should post the registers of right holders, the copyright holders, and also the rights that they have got from the government. And besides, we have the provision that in the national requirements of every member state should be set the responsibility for the copyrights, and by passing some certain time, we as a committee with the national committee has already organized some measures for organizing these events, and as a result we have noted ensuring the high level of fairness as the and also minimizing the organizations, increasing trust of interested parties in the activity of such organizations. Almost every state of European Economic Union has completed the events with the requirements of these agreements, and with governments have defined that periodically, from time to time, we will implement the realization of these documents. About is coming for the quantity of these organizations, about the regulatory forms. They are different in different states. In Armenia, this is one certain organization. In Belarus and Kyrgyz Republic is they have one governmental organization. In Kazakhstan, on the basis of in Russia, we have 4 such organizations accredited. And once more, I would like to emphasize that the interested parties in this sphere that work in this sphere are noting that in recent times there has been an rise of the interest in this field due to the expansion of the opportunities in the internet, the exchange of data, and also the interaction with these right holders was also defined. The control for activities of such organizations. Along with that, the digital tools has been implemented in such activities of these organizations, and also the accreditation of these organizations of CMU, and also some digital decisions on accumulating and fee. As for the security of intellectual rights, I would like to note that in the intellectual rights, this year we have prepared the project agreement on a joint mission in the internet project, and after the realization of this project, after it will be signed, will enable the right holders to secure post information on the internet. And besides, along with the security and safety in the internet, it will enable it to ensure the high level of commercialization of this project. This is a good stimulus for the creativity and development of creativity and intellectual rights. In this agreement, we have some certain provisions that initiators of taking measures on violating some rights should be a right holder. that some certain limitation for the users in the searching instruments should be an openness and from the governmental part, and as for the instruments, the agreement considers the blocking of some content in the court or pre-trial or trial order, and the obligations of the following the certain users should be done. And I think that this agreement will be a useful platform instrument to develop creativity in this field in the economy, and the substantial contribution, the rise of substantial contribution. And once more, I would like to say that the topic of such questions on the organization of activity of CMIO is very important, and I would like to wish everyone a fruitful work and successful constructive discuss. Have a good day. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Yernar Bakajanovic, for the very comprehensive speech. It was a pleasure to notice that you emphasized the organizational legislative form of organization of CMO countries in EAEU countries and their number. In this regard, I would like to clarify on the Russian Federation. Currently in Russia, we do know that we have 4 organizations of CMO, and as I know, these organizations do have accreditation, and in each field we have 1 organization. Is it right? Distinguishing the Kyrgyzstan Republic, where we have 7 CMOs and 4 accredited. So in Russia, we do have 4 accredited organizations with no problems with misunderstanding their work because they implementing the work on the copyrights and related rights. As I understood, we have a couple of questions, but I goes with the first one. Irlan, good morning. My name is Bargos Dayakova. I'm the director of the public fund of the Shamshikal Dayakov, and we do represent the this field. So probably you're aware of the situation happened in November 26th in social networks where the Kazakh musical content been blocked on the Meta platforms, and being the representatives of those who use the heritage. I represent not only myself, but also the people behind me, including the composers and so on, who impacted from the fiscal point of view and physical point of view for the further development of the creative industry. Do we have any possible way, from your perspective, because you all have the great international experience, what can you recommend for the creative industry representatives in impacting the negotiation process between Meta and Kazakhstan? Because sometimes we are limited of from engaging into this process. No one gives the legal rights to us to participate in this. So for those who represent the music content and the great layer of the creative components of the Kazakhstan, we cannot promote the production which been meant using the great funds. I do plan to have a release of the big album, and I cannot promote it because I've been limited by using these instruments. Thank you for the question. I am informed on the situation, and it's a quite sensitive one. I think that the tool all of the tools should be used within the legislative field and all the instruments they operate. So especially there is the dispute between corresponding user of the internet resource and the governmental organization which is translating the certain information. And with no doubts in this dispute, we need to have the participants in certain 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 level. And so when we do have such type of legal dispute, so we need to represent the real numbers as a claim, proving your point of view for the owner of this informational resource as well as to the side of the governmental organization. It's not a governmental organization. Speaker is not using the microphone. The translation is impossible. So you doesn't refer to the Kazakh Telecom? Kazakhstani of the Right Society, they are inheritance of this association. And they are the representatives of the biggest corporate society, and they are wondering why they have no right to participate in these negotiations. Because this society is not a governmental one, so that is a kind of the association or the union, and we are being captured in such a situation of a non-negotiable process, because we cannot simply enter this process from legal point of view, because they do have a charter, it's certain rules of regulations. And as I addressed the question before, how the CMO works itself and how the social organizations do operate, because sometimes they do limited rights of the right holders, because these executors are not referred only to the union but also the contemporary ones who became the famous and represent Kazakhstan on the international arena. They do have the worldwide hits, and they devote a lot of attention to this sort of issue. For instance, on TikTok, YouTube, you can receive 0.07 cents for each play of the records, and this societal opinion is the following one. When we asked to show us the letter, then it's been addressed, they mentioned that they would like to increase the price of our music, but in fact, the same social networks like YouTube and TikTok, they do pay the same amount of money. Anyway, we have the same market, and we have the lot of alternative platforms to pay the same amount of money. So there is a question arising: who is the right holder? Who will protect the right holders? And at the same time, the track has been deleted, and they wasn't connected by any contracts with this unions, and there is no regulating documents in this regard. And we do have a question on how they appear, how they act, and how to deal with such situation we see today by represent producer centers and so on. From the perspective of the regulations, we do have in Eurasian Economic Union. I would like to mention that the agreement is ratified, which is enforced from 2012. That is agreement on the activities of the right protected organizations. That there we have the necessity of having reporting, and if you need any legislative enforcement, that could be in this document. What kinds of functions which can enforce our position? For instance, we addressed to you, you provide us the certain expertise that you act within the international agreements, for instance. In accordance to this, the Kazakhstani Copyright Society is not the representative for negotiation with certain organizations because so. Unfortunately, we cannot do this because we are not participants of this process, but for the regulations established in EAEU, which are ratified within each separate state connected with the Eurasian Union, they can provide the official conclusion of the definition. So you will help us, of course. We always try our best in this regard. One brief question, Rinat, and we will proceed to the following speaker. And one more. I would like to suggest to address the question connecting with relationship between right holders and executors and so on. With Kazakhstani Copyright Society, not to address them because it is right to include the society into the conversation. And unfortunately, now I cannot find any representatives from the guests. So I have following question. I represent the Kazakhstani Society on the art. You referred the agreements where we can find it in order to read and come through. And the second one, do you consider the contact with the CMOs for addressing direct questions? Because we have a lot of business within our country when we have negotiations with other unions or associations and then reach the consensus within the corporate society. We also have negotiations with non-governmental organizations of other countries, and we do have the contacts with Ministry of Justice. Can we address the direct questions to you, as Batakos mentioned, in order to receive the necessary conclusions?
Thank you for the question. The first agreement was published on the website of EAEU, and all the legal sources, source helpers that accumulated the international agreements and records, it's also there. And about the second question, we have defines the EAU as the working regulatory body in the European Union, and our interaction with the members of this market is defined with the law, with the presence of 5 countries, and within this interaction we have through the representative bodies on the interaction with the European Committee. This is the bodies that is under the Republic of Kazakhstan's government, and considering this,
regulation is enforced. So you definitely have the strong tool on interaction with the Committee on Intellectual Property with the Ministry of Justice. and some formulation of the joint position within the Ministry of Justice and Republic of Kazakhstan, and the representation of this position at the level of Eurasian Economic Commission. So that is the following way of work. That is the kind of mechanism we have. Thank you, Yonar Bakajanovic, for the comprehensive speech. The next words allow me to give to the head of the Department of Copyright and Related Rights of the Republic of Belarus, Konstantin Galimov, which will join us in online format. Please. Good good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for the preliminary reports. It was very interesting to hear that. Allow me to share the experience from Belarus in the CMO and how it helps to protect the copyrights. I will not describe all the system of the CMO. You're already aware of this. It is obvious that you can use and implement on the individual basis and on the collective basis. For the intellectual property, I will speak on behalf of organization of collective management. The CMOs are the public organizations, so the authors and the right users on the free will they reach each other and discuss the following rights. The following one is the governmental body, and we do implement the functions on the regulation and our ICIS activities are based on the contracts which been given to the collective management. We do help to implement the rights of the foreign right holders within the big rights fields, and of course within the agreements on the representation, including the Kyrgyz patent, Russian Corporate Society, and others too. In total, we do have 67 agreements. I would like to emphasize that our activity is not commercial one, and we do not seek any fiscal benefits. We only give some compensation in order to cover expenditures on the CMO. As we know, CMOs do implement their activities in certain fields, and in Republic of Belarus, which is distinguishing characteristics from other countries, we need to get the governmental accreditation. ICIS received the governmental accreditation following fields: the management of musical rights and their use, the transmission to the transmission using cable 2 and music holders, the transmission for the cable of audiovisual works, including the music works, and that's for the small rights. For the big rights, ICIS received the accreditation on establishing for the public performance, choreographical one, musical ones, and other types of creative performances, and the theater works too, and also the artworks, handicrafts, and so on within different types of performances. The second characteristics of the ICIS CMO, the same within the collective management of rights, we do operate the related rights, like performance with using the preliminary records. As has been mentioned, the international practice is set in the following way that these fields of the collective management are divided into different fields of CMO. So one is operating the copyrights, and the other one operating related rights. So we have a different situation. We do operate rights on the objects of copyrights and the objects of related rights. If we will refer to the ICIS position, the issue, as well as for other CMOs in our regions, is that the users have no will to have the agreements with us, the individual basis to address this issue to the CMO, for instance, in order to legally use them. Instead of this, they keep other practices. So, despite this, we do implement our functions, and by our initiatives, we identify the facts of violation of using the works with no rights, and then trying to attract to have to sign the contract or agreements. And these contract obligations are ensured to be implemented or done by the right users. And I'd like to highlight that the ICIS uses the active work in order to enforce all the activities for protection of the rights and related rights too. For this regard, we organize workshops, roundtables, and that's impacted of a lot for enlightenment processes in Republic of Belarus. And one more aspect which I emphasized before, that's using the content in the internet, which is infringes the rights of the right holders. For instance, when we have a premiere of the film, the worldwide, it is linked to the pirates' internet sources, and the right holders experience budget losses, income losses, while the pirate gains an income throughout the advertisement. And if you address the claim to the court, obviously you will spend several months within which the right holder will lose the income or money, and the pirates will gain the profits on the advertisements. So that relates to the pages or website which affects the leakage of the works and violation of the copyrights. One more case on discussion of the disputes within the court cases. And this measure is implemented only within the Russian Federation. For the Belarus, the legislation is not covered the preliminary blocking or following blocking of the pirate source, even if the court established the fact of violation of copyrights. So the implementation of the limitation to website access, especially at the level of Eurasian integration, it seems perspective for us. Apart from the system, apart from the core system, as the positive experience of ICIS on combating the internet piracy, we'd like to emphasize that we designed the mechanism of fixation of facts of using the works with on the non-contracting basis on the internet. If we do identify the fact of illegal use of the artwork, we fixate by using the screen record, then create the protocol of this procedure signed by all the participants of the commission, and then we send the claim to the courts, and this protocol is attached as the proof. Thus, for the cases on disputes of the intellectual property, which discussed within the High Court of the Republic of Belarus, and it accepts these protocols as a proof base, and within the results, the users are paid compensation to the right holders and are engaged into the contract-based cooperation. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Konstantin Georgievich. We have some questions. Please, ladies first. Lyubov Yurievna, please. I have a question. I'm the head of the major society on the management on the territory of Kazakhstan, Amanat. And Amanat is writing to ICIS the letters to sign the contract, and they have some, and they have the in the catalog of the Kazakhstani society, we have some rights to that we have in Amanat, but they don't hear us. How can we solve this question? Due to our law enforcement, we can conclude this agreement only with one CMO member. As I know, the Amanat is having the rights with the related rights holders, and we have gained the accreditation only recently, and it is on the stage of the on work. And when it started, we can have the working system in this question. Also, we had the report on the accreditation on the work of Amanat, and I reassure you that when we have some substantial reasons to have this agreement, we will do it. Another one question: what happened with the Belarusian society, community of related rights holders? And the situation is the following: some changes were alerted in this field, that only governmental organization can work in this field, so they didn't have any choice. So they finished their activity, their work. Yes, it is because no one asks our letters. Thank you. Please, Renat, the floor is yours. Colleagues, once more, I want to draw your attention that we need to ask some general questions related to the CMO field, and some private questions you can ask after our session. Good afternoon. Is your organization a member of the SEZEC? Currently, we don't have this status, and according to the law of Republic of Kazakhstan, this right is one of the related rights. What is the situation in your country? The related how can governmental organization manage the private sector? The government organization can manage the private right. We don't solve any administrative questions. We are the governmental organization, so we have some. We are a member. We are one of the members of CMO, and the right holders from the one side and the user from the other side are the private ones. Thank you. We can't force anyone to implement their commitments, and we address to the chief court to sign the agreements with us, and if they don't implement their rights, we issue them, and if there is no reaction, we send them the issue. Thank you. We have another question, and after that we're going to hear the next speaker. Good afternoon, my name is Malika. My question is very quick. In your country, the platforms of Meta and so on, the right holders are having agreement with directly with yourself or by themselves. Currently, such authors can sign the agreement by themselves, but negotiations with YouTube were quite long, and due to some reasons, they were frozen. And this is also goes for the Meta. Thank you, Kostin Georgievich, for your comprehensive speech and your answers to the questions. And the next floor is Любой Bulmagambetov, president of the non-profit organization for protection of copyrights and related Amanat private organization. And by the program, we need to go for lunch on 2 p.m., but we will continue the. First of all, I would like to thank the Committee of Justice for the invitation to this event and for the opportunity to have speech today. I'd like to draw your attention that Amanat was created in 2009 as the organization of collective management of property rights holders in the field of related rights. And due to some certain situation in 2020 to 2024, our members, as both authors and members, we started to work with the author rights. And in 2021, we got the accreditation in the field of author rights, and we are working with a collective management. And the object that we are managing is productions, phonograms, and works versions. The copyright holders are authors, performers, phonogram producers. So we have signed the contracts with the 520 performers, 95 authors of performance, and 4 phonogram producers. Our users are all TV and radio complexes in Kazakhstan. About 2 or 3 TV and radio complexes are in the Kazakhstan society. Some radio channels are 44, and also we are working with theaters and public users, cafes, restaurants, shopping centers, bars, etc. Our policy is directed to gain all the ways to use, according to our law, to have remuneration. And we can divide the activity of Amanat into 3 components: protection of the violated rights of authors, implementation of rights obtained through the conclusion of contracts, collection, distribution, and payment of remuneration, and explanation of the norms of the current legislation in the field of copyright and related rights. Because I myself face situations that our right holders don't know their rights, that they have in our law, the Article 49, protection of copyrights and related rights of the Law Republic of Kazakhstan, and including the number 6 point, you have the payout compensation in the amount of the policy of Amanat is devoted to solve these questions less by the court, less in the pretrial way, and we try to solve it due to negotiations. And if we look at the statistics of 2023-2024, only 14 claims were filed, including 4 claims for violation of the rights of photographers and 10 claims for payment of outstanding remuneration to users. On 5 claims, disputes were resolved without going to court, and further claims were filed against 9 users. And when we have the such order, we discuss, and we are being as a third party. We discuss with the right holders and users, and both sides are having negotiations with themselves how to resolve this dispute and what is the consensus for both sides to have the compensation of this dispute. But if we go to the next stage in the court, then we are working with the right holders, because in our contracts and agreements, when the right holders have such disputes, we are protecting them. If you can see on this slide that in 2023 and 2024, we had only 14 judicial reviews, 9 claims for the recovery of monetary compensation, and also satisfied were 6. And we have 200 tenge compensation, because the right holders is not aimed to have on time constantly the remuneration for using their objects. And as you can see here, from 6 satisfied claims, we had 5 agreements that were concluded, and 1 claim was rejected due to insufficient evidence provided to the court. The court that we had a fixation on the telephone, on the cell phone. So we have filed some issues for several times, but they were not recognized as the sufficient evidence, because such evidence you should issue. So yes, on 2 claims, a settlement agreement was concluded before the case was considered, and Amanat is taking part on this side of from the third party. For example, one copyright society filed a claim for compensation against a user who has a contract with us, and the claims were motivated by the fact that it is an organization accredited by the Ministry of Justice, and respondent in his written response indicated that he didn't agree with the claim, and according to which the respondent, under the terms of non-exclusive license, the right to use the software, including reproduction, is the right to use musical works on the territory of the defendant's facility. Auduk KZ has the agreement with the Amanat, and Auduk KZ fully, without any fees, can send money to Amanat. And there is a question why he doesn't directly informs the Amanat, because we have some criteria on the report information. So the report that we gained from the Auduk is we install it on the program, and then we give the remuneration. In this case, they have rejected our issue, and there are some other cases where Amanat is participating from the third party. Here is the point of the dispute, is that some author organization is saying that we are the sole organization that is not having the remuneration, and we have some evidence that someone violated the copyrights, and they addressed to the court on the behalf of American copyrights and the copies of the contracts of 2006 to 2007, and they don't have any agreements and the originals of the contract, and the court dissatisfies such claims. and the author society picks some major organizations, and we have 4 cases in rejecting such cases, and they were not changed. So there is a court practice saying that in order to issue a claim on the court on behalf of the right holder, you need to give sufficient documents that you having the rights for it, because that we didn't have before in our court documents, and there were some cases that were some decisions and a large number of compensations were given and received, and where is it going, we don't know. And this year, in 2024, we participated as in the Kostanay region, where the theater is one of the unscrupulous participant state purchases. The claim was justified by saying that Amanat didn't provide services for the on the side state purchases to the agreement, and they signed the agreement dated May 30th, 2023, and they noticed 33 income performances. And we started to close this information, drawing attention to the fact that performances were in 2022, so we had question. The contract was valid in May 2022, and you give us information about the year of 2022. It's not possible technically. Please provide us the information for the relevant year, and the sum of remuneration is not fitting with the quantity of performances that they have been issuing. So the sum of this remuneration is only consists of 15 performances, and they didn't sign our report and go to the court to justify us as unscrupulous participant because we didn't close 33 performances, and we successfully ended this trial. So the great role is on the related rights. From the 2017, we started to organize international conferences, and on this platform we invite right holders, specialists in the field of author-related rights, scientists, lawyers, users. So we have such a variable platform in order to have discussions in this field, and they have negotiations with the specialists, and also we invite some specialists from our community or other communities from the other countries to exchange with the experience with us, and by each year we have more and more specialists gathered in our conferences, but Amanat is a non-commercial organization, and we don't have a right to have such activity, and they also write to the government, why don't you give us such a right in the framework of our activity? This is only a benefit for us. We can get some profits from conducting such conferences, and this will also impact on the reducing of governmental budget. And this question is on work now, and now we have such activity, the creation of programs in the format of a conversation with various experts, which is conducted by the journalist, and he works with different specialists, and we have a lot of videos on our channel on YouTube, and you can learn more about all the information about our activities and the data, about our paid expenses, with the financial documents, with the catalog of transferred rights, with contracts with the international organizations. We are the sole member of SCAP organization, and you can find everything on our site, and you can learn a lot about it. Thank you.
Любовь Юрьевна, большое спасибо.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your course practice, which you shared. That was very useful for us to hear and to be aware in which direction your organization is moving. Colleagues, please address the questions. I can see that we have so much questions. Only the very brief and not the private one. It's private one, but it's common one too. Also, previously you've signed an agreement with Kazakhstani Corporate Society, and now you have no agreement with them, as I heard. How do you operate? So you go with the TV and radio channels. Can we directly address all the necessary documents from fund to you in order to have the request on remuneration? Starting with the moment when we commenced the corporate activities from 2021, I addressed to the Kazakhstan Corporate Society letters again and again, and I suggest to have roundtable on negotiation of the further companion. So a part of this, they continue to think of us as for the competitors, but I do have hope that we will come to the common agreements. And back into 2022, answering my constant requirements, they considered this a kind of a hilarious joke. They sent the agreements in this format with the font A6, and using the magnifying glass, I tried to clarify this agreement in order to find out certain remuneration to our side, and then I requested them to send it in the digital format. So throughout the Excel, we will upload this into the program. And then to find out all the necessary things. Probably something is lacking in the searching tool. No answer received. And on October 23rd, we've had the international workshop and the Kazakhstani Corporate Society. For those people who came, authors who came to this conference, following one, if you're not receiving remuneration, it means that Amanat takes all of your remunerations, because Amanat sends it to Russia, and then the amount which left it is compensated to you. And so we throughout a long period of time, that explains that it's not true. We depict the true picture of our work and how the process of remuneration is built. And we found out some offers which been in total number of 5,000. We told them, if you don't want to have the agreement, so please send a claim for recording, we'll pay back. Любовь Юрьевна, my name is Andrei Yorshin, McKinsey. You are also quite relevant issue of court practice. Throughout the 12 years, we have a dispute under the High Court on necessity of establishing the specialized court, which will cover the disputes regarding intellectual property, that's referring the copyrights, the patent disputes, and so on. From your perspective, being the individual with the great experience in the field of copyright, is there any grounds for establishing such a specialized courts on specialized issues, or you satisfied at the level of judges' preparation and training on discussing within the general jurisdiction courts? So, being honest, we're not quite agreed with the level of knowledge of our judges, and when I do have meetings with specialists from the courts, we have had a lot of meetings, workshops with the representatives of the court system. They are ready for establishing the specialist courts or other collegial body, but everything comes to the fact that we have very few such disputes. I think that in order to have an increased number of disputes, we need to increase the legislative knowledge of our user holders. I try to explain to them that you should not pray above to to receive some compensation. You need to have a legal basis for the cafe to pay you the remuneration. So the right user holder should understand that he or she has the full right within the legislative framework to receive the protection, at least in the form of remuneration. Currently, they are not ready for do so because they consider that that is quite a complex process to address the claim to the court, and so they have no professionals there, and it is difficult to prove elementary things. That is within the eminent basis we created the arbitrary body, within which we plan to develop the consideration of disputes by the specialists. So the issue of arbitrary fields is the following one. It should be discussed within the agreements between the user holder and so on. We do this. So if we will take into consideration other societies, they do not have such an arbitrary agreements and so on. And that makes certain limitations. That is why we do have an experience within the specialized court, especially if we talk about certain cases by the High Court in Kazakhstan. Sorry, I will address some disputes on investments and so on. So if we will unite, as I saw, you have quite huge volume. The 14 cases is quite a lot, and I am silent on the issue on the trademarks in different administrations. So there is the issue of uniting these two bodies and so on. I'm for uniting our efforts and for discussing our disputes by the professional specialists. I would like to give the floor to the judge of the High Court to comment more on this situation on establishing specialist court. Allow me to introduce myself. I have an experience of 32 years. I discuss the civil cases, the criminal cases, and administrative cases too, under the Supreme Court. And despite the fact that you mentioned not enough level of expertise from for the judges in the Supreme Court, please be quite be aware of using such an expressions. We now discuss the possibility of establishing the ecological courts, so we can have a conversation having the separate composition or the members for the special cases, probably to have some expert institute on the copyright. to have the accurate expertise, because the judge is not able to be prepared for all possible cases, because that is a certain category, and we need the knowledge in this area or another. That is why we attract the specialists from different fields on the corporate and related rights. Thank you for your attention. How many cases you have? The great amount of cases, actually. Colleagues, of course, the issue of establishing specialized courts. That is refers to the staff number for establishing specialized courts. If we have a lot of cases, for instance, for the criminal ones, so we cannot talk about establishing the separate body. We only can talk about the separate group of experts for discussing this dispute. Some cases are translated throughout the internet platforms, and so we do see a lot of cases of internet right violations and crimes and so on. I will continue. Thank you for your answer. It was quite comprehensive. I'm the international lawyer, and I work with the musicians and trademarks to be honest on the international arena throughout the arbitrary processes of such organizations as Meta, Facebook, or Instagram. It's much easier to receive the protection of rights, even for the Wildberries website. Me personally, I protected the Kazakhstani offer, which had a claim with more than 1 million rubles, and I've been inspired by your professional practice, and I would like to mention that our offers cannot have such resource base in order to have notary proof of documentation. The second one. The second one. As I understood it, Amanat, each user can establish the agreements with you, and you will represent his or her interests. Will you do it by their own, or as it's doing, alternatively? Some representatives are here. They've been ever seen addresses on royalties, for instance. What kind of system of work you do have? Thank you, because I've been very interested in your court practice, because each month I have 5 or 6 cases discussed within the court, and 25 been on retail, and we do have a lot of cases, but in fact they are not at the court level. If we are referring the 2-minute stage of the discussion, that's not only for the question of lacking of the issue of lacking of judges, which are specialized. Why in Kazakhstani copyright society there've been a problem with remuneration for those who are not included into this catalog? They do have accreditation, and within the certain years they had the accreditation in the field of related rights, so they've had the right to receive remuneration not only for those users who concluded the agreements with them, but with others too. So with others, for instance, who used the works, and the community received the remuneration. But at the same time, within all these years, we addressed that in your catalog and search list, you have certain artists which concluded the agreement with us. Please send us a list and amount of remuneration. No answer received yet, and right before my visit to Almaty, we've had a meeting with Live Jazz. He's seen his surname in the list, and he asked for a remuneration. And he denied to conclude the agreement with them, and they started to talk about some bureaucracy processes and so on. The simple human being has no time for undergoing all the procedures. Now we are transferring for the distant communication, and he told that us that I will resend you the claim, and then I will allow you to represent myself, and then we address this from our perspective. The interpretation is impossible. The speaker has no microphone.
Вынуждена прервать нашу такую живую, интересную дискуссию. Позвольте...
Dear colleagues, let me give the floor to our two speakers, and then we can have the opportunity to discuss more during lunch, and we also have opportunity tomorrow. So please, Grigory Valentinovich, the floor is yours. The Deputy Director of the Regional Community, Copyright Community, and the floor is yours. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. And actually, we are touched upon a lot of questions. And in my presentation, we have discussed some topics. And the previous speakers also talked about this, so I tried to not repeat the information. So the activity of organization on CMO in Russia and in Kazakhstan are quite similar, because we have one roots of the legal norms and about the copyrights and related rights. So the activity of the organization of the CMO in Russia and in Kazakhstan are very similar. So the basis are, first of all, the regulatory norms, the civil code of a Russian Federation, and this is the fourth part of the civil codes, and also the provision of the plenum of Supreme Court RF, Russian Federation, that in details have defined the rights, and also the provisions of state organization accreditations. And the core difference is that in Russia, only one community is accredited in every sphere, in every field of rights. So the copyrights, related rights, and other rights, and private copying, and why we think that existence of several copyrights in one sphere of rights is a negative one. A negative effect is related to the fact that we have a minimal rate in Kazakhstan, in Republic of Kazakhstan, and when the certain copyright community is gathered, and they have some rates that are higher than the others, and the second or the third or fourth, the other community that has the CMO in this field, due to the competitiveness, and other authors that are the members of this organization is decreasing the minimal rates, and the minimal rates that are set by the government is the sole possible rates that can be done. So, and any other business don't want to pay some extra money and want to minimize their expenses. So in Russian Federation, there is one accredited community that is implementing the management of CMO of rights on the basis of governmental accreditation. But how CMO can implement management And beside the governmental accreditation is the direct contract to the right holders and the contract with the international communities or similar organizations. I've talked about it before, that in every sphere we have only one accredited community, so the core categories of payers of RAW are the cinemas, TV and radio companies, the organizers of concerts, the internet, and organizers of the entertainment sector, and the Russian Council of Right Holders are the payers are the importers of the equipment, and material holders are the customers of art, the houses, galleries, or so-called commission magazines, thrift shop. So this is a licensing of users, extracting remuneration, and signing contracts with the right holders and other organizations, and distribution of remuneration according of the remuneration according to the data of reports. We will skip this formality and let's discuss some problems and some actual problems and issues that is arising, and I see by the reaction of the audience and about the counting of the size of compensation for violating of rights, and I consider that one of the core motivators that right holders don't address to the court, despite some high size dimension of the compensation, is due to the fact that the right holder is interested in the constant gaining on the normal basis of remuneration in the Russian Federation. Currently, according to the law, the compensation between 10,000 rubles and 5 million rubles, the right holders see only the second sum, 5 million rubles, but the 10,000 rubles is a normal compensation for every fact of violation. So for playing one illegal composition is 10,000 rubles, the second is 10,000 rubles, and so on. But the organizers of Simeo, by their regulatory acts, have set some regulations on the basis of double compensation is about 20,000 rubles is the sum that is the copyright holders or in other fields is going to the users in the order of pretrial order, and the pretrial order, right? The trial order is already known, and in the effective court practices more than 90%, including if we talk about the Russian Organization of Intellectual Property Rights, about 678 cases in 2022, 250 cases in 2023, 1,244 cases in 2022 RAO, and the courts have defined some unite requirements that Amanat also uses, because we have this practice in Kazakhstan. So recognizing data about the payers, that's and Russian communities also actively interact with the customs union and get the information from the Unite information system. And the basic problems that organization faces is the transparency. And if we talk about the organizations of co-management, we have only two categories of non-satisfied, let's say, sides. From one side, we have right holders that are not satisfied with the distribution, with accumulation of money, and from the other side is the users, how of the question how to accumulate and distributed the money. And the goals of this problem are the same for both sides. From one side, the users don't understand what they are paying for, and the right holders don't understand who is accumulating the data and why do they don't get anything from that. And from the perspective of transparency of a CMO, it can be possible only by the transparency of the activity. It can be done only by one way if we start to use, if we talk about the Russian experience, the problem of transparency of the users' reports are resolving, first of all, the registers on the basis of distributed register systems, for example, blockchain, on the basis that fix in the real time every fact of using any performance, and so the any copyright organization or any other organization of CMO gain the information from such source that fix in real time the use of every object of intellectual property right, can be precisely define the right holder and to set the facts of using this performance, and this is reliable. It's going to be reliable, and the rights of and also we have the fact of using this violating right of copyright. And I want to address to the businesses and to ask question: what is more profitable? What is beneficial? Do we need to force users to sign this contract or to motivate? I think that for some reason, if we do something not properly, we want to reject it, and to force them to pay. It means that you will face that the user will go and, for example, to the gray site or to some closed catalogs with minimal payments, therefore not having opportunity to earn money, because we know that some music attracts users, and we transfer to the limited catalog, and we lose our clients, lose our extra money, except from the users. If we talk about transition to the gray zone, we increase the expenses of the right holders on the trial losses and so on. So organization of co-management need to be focused on what is more beneficial to cooperate with the services and to provide users the proper service and to attract them to the good side. So, if organizations of CMO gives opportunity to use an unlimited catalog, don't and give the freedom to delivery the data through some services, or give the opportunity to organize their own stations and get extra money via advertisements, and the services give opportunity to users interact with the organizations of co-management in very comfortable conditions, and the right holders understand why do they get such remunerations, and the users seeing the proper service want to cooperate with organizations of CMO and go interact with the CMO in very comfortable conditions. And we talk about the services. I think that it's not a secret that the Russian services were presented in the Kazakh market, but now I see that on these markets only European services and local services are there, and I call users and organizations of co-management and the Ministry of Justice to to draw attention on this sphere and not ignore those addresses that are going from the Russian right holders to towards some organizations of CMO. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you. We have two questions, please, Rinat. And the first question is,
If I'm not mistaken, on the first slide you mentioned the interaction with other CMOs and corporate societies of Russia. So not four, but much more. No, in fact, in Russian corporate society, in Russia we have four accredited organizations on CMO, talking on concluding agreements with in foreign societies on CMO. I mentioned that Russian corporate society concludes agreements with CMOs in other countries, and all Russian organization on intellectual property, which runs the regulation on the related rights, also signs the agreements with foreign organizations on related rights and other. I mean, within the Russian Federation, do you have any other corporate societies which operate in the same field? As if they have no accreditation, are they able to collect or remunerations? If not, how they do communicate with providing fees for the right users? Probably there are other ways. Yes, so we do have a range of societies, women on the services of some subtitling services, for instance, and they do have a catalog within its own to operate the rights. I mean, the voice-over services. So to use the rights provided by the agreements. That is by governmental accreditation is distinguished from agreement form. By having the official governmental accreditation, you have the right to represent the interests on unlimited number of offers. But you need to understand that you need to have the kind of a chain of rights, and if you represent, for instance, the interests of the foreign offer, which is currently on the territory of the other states, you need to fixate all the chain of rights, so including the agreement of the executor or the offer of rights with the national corporate society. Then the national corporate society should conclude so the relating agreement with all Russian corporate society, and on behalf of foreign actor, we can address a claim to the court in order to receive the necessary amount of remuneration. So this agreement for the protection of violated rights, if they've been translated within the agreement. I do have a question regarding the electronic system. The important aspect been highlighted by you that you can reach nothing by using other type of tools. We do have franchises like restaurants, theaters, and so on. Don't you have a system? Probably the system of subscribing. That is the first example, for instance, when you buy the music by your own, for instance. Or the second point of the question, sometimes these organizations, I mean business organizations, they do buy the subscription in YouTube or Yandex, for instance. And here we have the joint issue of providing the individual right protection and collective one. Probably we have the certain system for the businesses for pay for the subscription, and down to make dividend payments, because in the current situation in Kazakhstan, being the executors, everything became electronic electronically copied. So that is refers to legal tech protection throughout the online platforms, and the executors they themselves they receive dividends from TikTok, YouTube, Yandex Music, and so on. Probably we need to establish something similar for the closed societal unions, probably to have some closed business subscriptions, because on the notary basis they're comfortable, and you have opportunity to sign them online. Thank you for the question. If we talk about the subscription of Yandex, YouTube, and Spotify, probably, and other and others, if you'll open the license agreements with Yandex Music, you will find out that that is not for commercial use. That is individual listening. For this reason, you pay for different service, and eventually you have services which are dedicated on business activities and provide services for business. In Russian, that is from Mix Babuka, Sbersound, and other services. Informs they've been established in the within the Kazakhstani market too, and part of them left and part of them remains and continued their work. That is why there is only chance to have the possibility to act, and I'm not sure that in Kazakhstan we do have services which work very well for businesses. The second question regarding blockchain platform, how do you estimate it? Because from some Tatar society, they have some clues to estimate for the one specific offer how can you do this within your practice, probably throughout online listenings? In Russia, previously it was initiative under the wish of CMOs, and we connected the services so which reported on the online basis on use each separate object and fixated the use in certain register. So these registers became the nodes of blockchain network. Now this blockchain network transferring from the public one to the current format of both public and governmental one. And within the Ministry of Digital Development, it entered the market. They understood the benefits of this system, and that makes the market more fair, more transparent, and that is why this technology is approved also by the side of the government, and we see that the government accepts it as a tool which allows to operate market, to make market more transparent. If we will implement this experience within all countries of Union, we can have a conversation on the fact that we make our domestic market more global and more clear integration. And moreover, you have an access to the market. So Kazakhstani music is not established in Russia, for instance, almost, and now we talk only for the individual cases of offers. And if you do integrate the platforms, if you do integrate services, if you unite them and make a market more global, eventually you not only open your market but also entering more wide spectrum markets. That is why it seems that that could be initiative of the right holders for making their content.
That's why I think that the mutual cooperation can help to raise the payments of national artists on the international markets. Thank you, Grigoriy Valentinovich. The colleagues we are running out of time because the next section is starting at 2:30.
The question about the meta. That is an area which is lacking in accreditation of Russian accrediting society, and for the common knowledge, that is not the thing we collect for public government and the website communication. Translation is possible. The mic is off. Good morning. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for having an opportunity to address the speech. Thank you not leaving for the lunch. I will take only 5 or 6 minutes of your time. It's quite briefly. I represent the company of the first musical publishing, and so on my behalf, I would like to address more on how there undergoes the cooperation between those who do have rights of rights executors and those who establishes the collecting of this remuneration. And my report is have the name a role of collective management of copyright and related rights in the protection of copyright and related rights. In Russia, in Moscow, it's been the 28 years of our company. We have a great experience and launched our work back in 1996, and we take the 15 or till 18% of market share in Russia, and it builds in the following way, taking more than 70,000 pieces of music and more than 20,000 phonograms and about 3,000 video clips. Quite wide catalog, interesting one, and here you can find the brief list of our clients. Probably the most of them are quite known for you. You can see that they are top offers out of top ones. Some of them are at behalf of inheritance represented their catalog. So there are a collection of remunerations, and we implement our work effectively. What we do for our clients, we protect your rights from legal use. We issue permissions for use by third parties, get rewarded for using it. We are not commercial organization. We do things for gaining money, and we distribute and pay out the received remuneration each quartile and each half of the year. Where work givers receive remunerations, and foreign ones and Russian ones, and so on. The usage methods with those we provide the elements for use, that is internet usage or figure or digit, the use of the composition of audiovisual works and broadcasts. So the three ways through which we receive income. For the first 6 months of this year, I would like to represent the kinds of a circle with certain fields of use. As you see, the internet takes 50%, the public one 25%, synchronization 15%, and others almost 10%. And I'd like to draw attention to the public one. We are not working directly with radio stations and concert halls or platforms which can this way and now use the public works. We work for the organizations on collective management and with free organizations on copyright. All Russian offers society, all Russian Intellectual Property Organization, Russian Union of Copyright Holders. These are free partners of ours, and they have the experience and representing our interests in court too, within the disputes, which referring their accreditation. That is the kind of situation we do have in Russia, and I would like to draw attention once again to the fact what kinds of business we do have with catalog in Kazakhstan. Couple of words on the place taken by our catalog in Kazakhstan. Under the all accessible researchers, we decided to choose Top Hit service, which combines the charts for many countries, many territories, with different sources of use. So that is the example of how Top Hit looks like, with special tags, with tag of attaching to the certain country with, for as you can see, Russian one, Kazakhstani one. That is the top for October 2024. Top 100 in Top Hit on the sounds in broadcast, Kazakhstani broadcast. Eventually, we have foreign, Russian, and Kazakhstani offers, and Russian catalog covers almost 31% for the October 2024 Kazakhstani artists being in 16%, And so the two countries are not included. They covered the other percent. Here you can find out that the catalog covers the great share, and we are serious players. And how we receive remuneration in Kazakhstan, we receive it directly for the digit, for the synchronization, and so we try to receive remuneration from CMO for the public one. Not only trying, with our experience, it's possible. We have the Eminent Society, which pays remuneration based on the copyright and agreements basements. It's been mentioned once again that we have a range of societies in Kazakhstan which are not informed about our existence, for instance, or only engaged into the local music production. As it's been said, so the Kazakh, it's a society which governs catalogs, so that is inherited of the Soviet practice. They do have remuneration, but we have no opportunity to receive it. And I would like to show that the thing that haven't been announced yet, the open access information, which you can find on the Kazakh website, they are obliged to report on this data on the amount of funds collected and remunerations paid. That is the information from their website from 2021 till 2023. That looks like the table. You can see this. The situation is the following one. There are gatherings and they are growing throughout the given period of time. The next line is for remunerations for foreign CMOs, and it seems like they need to pay to a WIPO and one more, and 23% has been paid for someone within the 2023. For the expenditures of Kazakh, each year they do have the expenditures because people are working there and they need to receive the salaries. However, we made a calculation on this percent and funds, and we've been wondered how the things are going on. So for the 2021, it's been 214%, so to 2022 it's been 136%, and it seems like back into 2023 they finally found a calculator and came to the 100%. The 100% is not the satisfactory level for us. The 11 million tenge is almost nothing in conversion to Russian rubles. And for the partners of Kazakh, from BMI, Gemma, the Polish Society, for instance, so the Russian Corporate Society is not the organization representing the mutual interests with Kazakh. In October of 2021, on the RAO initiative, the agreement been terminated for the violation of the agreement clauses. And in conclusion, I would like to mention that if you are interested or you have some things you would like to clarify, you can enter their website and reach for the research and see the digits. If we will have an representative from Kazakh here, I will address them a question where our money, in which category, not distributed, not relevant, and they expanded and so on. Probably in both categories. And I do hope that the time ranges are under the discussion, and probably someone received the remunerations. Thank you very much. Allow me to fulfill being the representative of the Russian corporate society. We cannot be included into the list, not relevant, because from 2019, me personally, I'm the curator of the certain rights to Kazakh. From 2023, we asked for support from the Ministry of Justice. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, we cannot reach the common decision probably within the 214%. They have some reaching 40%. Adding to the total sum, probably they are not relevant or they do not want to pay. Dear participants, allow me to thank you once again. Thanks all the speakers once again, and I hope that each listeners highlighted something new, and our events have been interesting and fruitful for all the participants. Under the summary of this section, we highlighted some recommendations. Allow me to announce them. If you would like to include something more, you can address it directly to me. First of all, it's improving the reporting system of CMOs, including the standards for the reporting, improving the transparency and providing access to of offers and right holders on remuneration. The second one for the right holders and activities of CMO, which includes the designing of the regulation north within the CMO and arrangement of the regular consultations and distribution of the incomes. And the third one is the fair distribution of incomes, including the remuneration and the introduction of the system of independent audit for verification of the system of calculation. That also regards the creation of regarding the creation of specialized courts. I think we can include this point within our final recommendation and announce them tomorrow. The speaker is not using my translation; is impossible. I noted. Dear colleagues, I would like to terminate our session, and now we'll have the lunch. And actually, have 15 minutes to have a lunch, and then we will proceed.
Коллеги, добрый день. А меня видно и слышно?
Да, слышно вас.
Спасибо.
Раз, два, три.
Еще раз добрый день, уважаемые.
Good afternoon once again, dear colleagues. Sorry for some organizational issues. We would like to comment our section. Section is called the illicit turnover of tobacco and nicotine-contained production in EAE. In what needs to do to decrease the illegal imports and counterfeiting, and the problem of illegal turnover of the tobacco and production contained nicotine. Despite the work which is done by the government, remains one of the most relevant tasks, not only for Kazakhstan but also for Russian and countries which are included into the list of EAEU. And for the Eurasian Union countries, it comes to 9%, in Kyrgyzstan 17%, in Russia 11.3%. I think Irina Alexandrovna will clarify more in the digit. The excises from this type of reduction is one of the biggest shares of budget for the member states of EAEU, and the excises from the tobacco production covers around 3% of the incomes of federal budget. However, the economical effects, which is possibly could be seen from the incomes from tobacco production realization, is gradually decreased due to the illicit turnover. The cross-border issues enhanced due to the fact that the excise rates on tobacco production in Russia been highly increased. At the same time, the excise policy of other states of EAEU remained at the same level due to the having no borders in common union. That became the Russian market became favorable for illicit turnover of tobacco production under the claims received to the International Association. The tobacco produced in United Arab Emirates is imported into the to Kyrgyzstan and down throughout the borders enters the Russian market, and that violates not only the economical interests of the Russia but also affects the consumers, and eventually it affects the tobacco industry itself. So the legal producers and partners who legally have a participation within the work on use of tobacco production. And all the countries who are within the EEC, Russia commit some actions against, and Russia actively using system on identification not only the share of illicit turnover in the tobacco production, but also this illicit turnover is structured. That is quite essential for the further building up the work combating illicit turnover. And the digital labeling started its full work in tobacco production. And that is the good framework for the combating. We have the huge legislative and law creation work, and the public organization running the enlightenment work of organization. I would like to emphasize the work which is done especially by the tobacco companies in Russia. No other field or industry could be proud of such an activity or active position or practical work which is done by the tobacco industry individually, and the direct result is seen on decrease the share of illicit turnover in the tobacco industry. And that is why I would like to say a huge thank you for our tobacco companies and for the other industries to take an example from the respected representatives on how to protect the market and how to fight the evil of the illicit turnover. The issue of combating illicit turnover is the huge, and within this platform we will hear out the professionals who at this certain level, from the certain points of view, are ready to shed the light on this issue. And we would like to talk on the current condition of the markets, on measures undertaken by governmental members of the EAEU, and the practices, and of course we will identify the ways which will help to stop the incoming counterfeit production, the suppression of counterfeit production from member states of EAEU, and to open our section, I would like to give the floor to Sergei Alexandrovich Zaremba. He is the head of the Secretariat of the member of the board of the Eurasian Economic Commission, a minister for customs cooperation. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity to have an in-person visit in Astana, but we will have the online connection. I would like to request to have online connection. Do you see me and hear me? Yes. Good afternoon once again. I've been very pleased to be invited within this event. That is quite a relevant issue from behalf of Eurasian Economic Commission. I would like to shed a light on the current issues we do have, and that is proven by the claims not only by the Russian representatives but also from the Republic of Belarus. So periodically we do have such cases, and of course the task connected with combating counterfeit tobacco production or illicit turnover of tobacco production is relevant, and a special role is devoted to the Eurasian Economic Commission. And according to the data on the issues we do resolve right now within one of the block of the works, that is the preparation of the complex protocol. That is a project is undergoing the discussion within several countries, and the draft protocol would be prepared for the further signing, and the work of the customs block of the commission is focused on improvement of the legislative customs regulation, including the legislative practice we do have within the union, and the following aspect is the further development within the countries, their own. The key role is devoted to promoting transparency, accessibility of the transit system, including the the further implementation of new technology, including the development of electronic transit and improvements in the regulatory norms for the transport issue. For the national regulation under the Commission. And so the amendment number 25 covers the use other blocks too, which is essential block for us using the in implementation of technology, including tracing and establishing opportunity to use limitation markets and the systems of identification that will promote the transparency and will impact the decrease of turnover. The agreement is we also have a work on tracing, and the agreement is focused on the implementation and realization of regulation of governmental control of the illicit turnover, including the custom union, and the work on combating this illicit turnover. We plan to have a further work in order to enhance the technological and technical solutions, including the markings and tracings. And that refers not only one particular country on the territory of one and more states, but also the tracing of such type of products which undergo the procedure of custom transits, and the project of the mutual trade and the compliance with the customs transition.
This agreement will help to minimize the risks of the transportation and to minimize the turnover of the grey market. And for the realization of this agreement is already done by our company. And for this moment, we need to wait for the realization of the embodied authorities to meet our standards. The next step for the development of the system of custom transition is the agreement of the custom transition from third parties, and this work is being done by the member states in the framework of realization of this project by 2025. The project of this agreement has already passed in the countries of intergovernmental procedures in the Republic of Kazakhstan, and the future council that will be held in the September of the 2025 will be signed by the president, and the concept of this agreement is based on the some approaches on the implementing customs procedures and defines the fundamental principles of this agreement for creating separate transit systems, and this will be implemented by the using the separate declarations, using the separate software for tracking the delivery, and by mutual recognition of the results of the customs control is already underlined in the customs agreement, and to reaffirm to apply such products by one party is also adopted by the other parties as well, especially weakened the procedure. The Republic of Belarus and Uzbekistan are interested in the questions of joining such a united system in the framework of EAEU by the several agreements are designed in our projects, and development of a united system, including the non-interested government, will ensure to lead to meet our results for tracking this our goods and what is important for our consumers, and the mechanisms that we are using now in the Republic of Belarus is tracking the transport means is doesn't have any result, but the defined instruments for us will be a unite tool for us for using this opportunity. And this is what I wanted to say. And if you want me to go in detail, I'm ready to ask you questions. The speaker is not talking to the microphone. Thank you so much, Sergei Alexandrovich. It's very clear for us. Thank you so much for having such work. I think this work will be beneficial for the tobacco companies, importers in all countries in European Economic Union, and everyone who has the relation to the topic of illegal turnover trafficking knows the work of expert council under the Committee of International Policy of Governmental Duma. We have the chairman of Detaineization of Economy under the Committee of International Policy of Governmental Duma in the Federal Council of Russian Federation, the chairman of the taxation system of taxation department, Artem Yurievich. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I welcome everyone once more. I try to reassure your trust and talk about the questions of the economy concerning
I also participated in the online event where we covered the topic of combating illicit turnover of tobacco production and nicotine production. And the things shared by the colleagues, so in most cases in Kazakhstan, for instance, I've heard that the price for cigarette increased within the Kazakhstan and became more than in Russian Federation. The income, the turnover the illicit tobacco production increased by the 8%. So the 8% of the tobacco production being bought illegally, and that is a kind of economical situation. But do you have that's the referring the thing which is most important in terms of combating smuggling. That is the work within the excise rate, and that is a challenge within connected with the shadow economy and the actions within other societies in this regard. And of course, we do have some distortion with connected with the supplies. That is a huge issue, actually, and we need to have the necessary amendments, and we do continue the work in this regard within the Union, Eurasian Union, and for us it is clear that to, today's rate of the illegal tobacco cigarette share is connected with the efforts with development of governmental technology and activities of some actions within the field, but we try to have a combating against illicit tobacco production and the policy. I would like to share more on the objects within the Russia. We do have combating actions against illicit turnover of tobacco production. Of course, this supply affects the health condition of the society and citizens. That is connected with important issue of enlightenment on the tobacco production and nicotine contained products. So we need to have more discussion on how is it possible to sell such type of products. For instance, we do continue the work within the criminal prosecution of violation the rights of selling the tobacco production and nicotine-contained products. And probably one of the most effective instruments we have today is helping decreasing the rates of illicit turnover of the production. That is a digital marking of the tobacco production nicotine-contained products. So the introduction of the labeling in 2013, we closed 56 illegal cases. That is a kind of fight we have in regard of anti-counterfeiting, and for identification of the nodes of distribution of illicit production. In this regard, we enforce the control on the realization of tobacco production, and for the first half of 2024, 7.5% simply on the trade points have been indicated. If we do talk about the nicotine-contained production. The labeling started in 2023, and the legal turnover been affected by 4 times. And the network itself introduced the labeled production, and of course, today today's effects, let's say, for those who would like to work within this market, is also the issue. And for the liquids contained nicotine and for the vapes, here we introduced, we would like to have the comprehensive solution, not in the format of the rapid and strict increase of the rates. That is a decision which we need to have due to having the not transparent market, and that is a kind of a huge threat for the health of citizens and those who consume production. And that is the type of production which is used, unfortunately. And eventually we see that the issues resolved by the control regulating systems, they are not effective in terms of verification processes. So if within certain bodies, we've had the rates on 30%, and now we say that within 9 and 10 cases, we see the commitment of violation on behalf of the employer, entrepreneur, and we banned the assessments in certain cases, and that affects the issues of forming the rights and qualitative indicators. And I would like to wish for the society to have the work with no mistakes, but at the same time to be actively engaged into the work of non-commercial organizations and the subjects of commercial control. As you know, in Russian Federation, we do have the law on the public control, which been introduced 10 years ago, and this year that's the first huge anniversary, and we distinguish the increasing role of controlling, including municipal bodies too, and we can do a lot together with the control regulating system for regulating the suppression of illicit turnover tobacco production, and for establishment intolerance for the illicit turnover of the tobacco production, because the classic tobacco industry estimates almost 150 billion losses from budget. That is the huge, the comprehensive tool, which is extremely in need in order to have further development in the industry, and we need to have a lot of efforts done in this regard. The next points for the 8th Congress of the Duma, where I've took a participation, we accepted the complex industry law, under which we established a special body. Previously, it regulated only alcohol control. Now we call this specialized body tobacco control, which covers the targeted control builds up on the complex approach within the legislative framework. And as you know, there is no limit for perfection, and at least we have two moments I would like to see within the legislative framework. First of all, referring the regions which need to be integrated to the local government system in order to counteract to the illicit turnover of tobacco production and control, trade control, and control of networks of realization of tobacco production. And here, probably the separation of activization subjects of the Russian Federation could be helpful to allow them to self-govern those issues and provide the financial motivation in order to provide on the territory and places transparency and compliance with the law. And also, regarding the normative regulation, today we're living in a world closely connected with the internet, and throughout the internet online networks, we do see the courts blocking of the websites and messengers of this variety of mechanism of selling mechanisms throughout the internet. This production we do see, and it is sold for the alcohol. The court regulation we implemented, and so we try to react on certain cases. So in this regard, we need to have a quite fast conclusion on resolution of this issue. And of course, for the meeting within the International Forum Anti-Counterfeiting, it seems quite useful for elaboration of mutual decisions on promoting the decisions which this or another been adopted within the EAEU. And I would like to wish to speed up the processes of decision making at the national level, for instance. And that's regarding this format. And I'm sure that the more we'll listen to each other, referring the discussions on mechanisms and the experience of work, the more we will improve our economic union. Thank you, Artem Yuryevich. Everything have been clear and understandable. Allow me to proceed. Today on our forum, we heard a lot about the digital labeling. Not so far ago, we finished the session regarding this issue. Allow me to get the floor to Vladislav Valerievich Zaslavsky, Director of the Department of the Digital Goods Marking System and Legalization of Product Turnover, Minister of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation. Vladislav Valerievich, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues and participants. I would like to start with the point that the result that we wanted to reach in this field of tobacco nicotine containing field, balanced by the government's policy of all member states of Union, is the first one, and the second about the policy of control, tracking, and healthcare and technical settlement field. Only achieving such balance, we can talk about some certain results. I will start with that we talk about the share of illegal turnover that increased from 1% to 15% in 2019. In 2019, the labeling was introduced, the mandatory labeling. In the first years, we need to reduce the share of illegal turnover, and in the past years, after introducing this new law, the customs in the European Union countries, the restrictions of the controls in the Russian Federation, the dynamics of decreasing the share of illegal turnover. It changed. It has changed not only uh, into the increasing, but with our mutual efforts. I mean, all the member states of European EAEU, all the United Regulatory System, the facts and final reforms of control, and using in this regard the information of the labeling ensured us to change the situation significantly. The share of illegal turnover in Russian Federation comprised 11.3%. They have finished the latest research, and I know that the director of National Scientific Center will also be giving speech, and she will talk deeply about this topic. Along with that, despite the fact that 11.3% on according to statistics of the national data statistics, about 77 billion rubles were raised, and the situation wasn't a side of the governmental committee on uh, combating the illegal turnover trafficking, and we will talk about the actual problems. And during these past years, we had a lot of meetings dedicated to this topic and discussed such issues and other regulatory measures and separate provisions that we have set and defined the representative body for the control of tobacco goods. And besides, the committee of intergovernmental group in the tobacco for tobacco goods that includes all the controllers and law enforcement agencies. Besides the national institutes, now we are finishing the formation of this project and teamwork between the Russian Federation and Belarus Republic, and all the decisions that were in the Russian Federation adopted and realized, and also those that are in plan of realization are in the focus of the governmental committee and such certain groups. And I would like to stop at the things that we have done in the framework of governmental committee and to emphasize the impact and effects from invasion of such a labeling in Russian Federation and everything that is about it. First of all, the alterations were set that helped the governmental control be more efficient, and the effects to show better than in 2022, 2023, where the limitations of control were very strict, and it ensured us to have such measures on the basis of the indicators as one of the sources that use such system of labeling. And therefore we have a strict formula to work with this in this direction in the effective combating of illegal tobacco trafficking, and we monitor the data from all the territorial body and all law enforcement agencies that work in this direction, and we can precisely talk about the numbers that we have, and the results of this work is every quarter shown to the public on the combating illegal trafficking, and everyone can visit the search, the portal of the illegal trafficking, and see all the results. And coming back to what I've said about the alterations in the provisions and the usage of the systems of labeling by 9 months of using this labeling, the governmental system has implemented about 9,000 cases. Is 20% more than 2023. About the restrictions on the controls, the control was very strict, and we could diminish the number of the monitoring, and also the turnover of illegal trafficking was reduced to 404,000. And also the regime to block the Nikasa, so-called Nikasa, is the broadening the system of labeling from the April 1st, 2024. Some provisions were realized that were approved in the agreement in 24 sections on the number of prohibited sales. There are some criteria that will show the violations, and we can address to the system of labeling when getting the bill, and it answers during the 2 or 3 work days, and by the criteria of legacy, the average system of the pack of cigarettes is not existing in the system of the labeling, or the non-corresponding the price of the goods. It cannot be sold to the consumer, and it helped to realize the violations that we had in this sphere. The next direction that we are working on with the colleagues of the governmental control trafficking, that will be implemented by the Roskomnadzor, that need to get or show more efficiently the system of controlling. The first on what I want to draw your attention in this model of control is the documentation that approve you to have right to sell, and we also consider the blocking of the bodies of the further activity of these goods, certification of the declaration that were fake or wrong. Subsequently, the second one in the system of control, we suggest to launch auto prevention. Is some kind of model that we have now, that we get some penalties on the road if someone sells the products in the system of labeling of one member of this system, or when the goods or some certain goods doesn't correspond to the criteria that we have set, and therefore when getting the bill, there will be blockages and penalties to such seller and therefore we close such circle of the turnover of illegal trafficking. And also when there are some indicators on the end, and the representatives of the embodied with the maximum efficiency, and subsequently we are ready and taking all measures on the further development of this system. Once more, I want to say that the plan has been already realized. We have some further steps ahead, and cooperate with our colleagues from the Roskomnadzor that about the control and trafficking. We also have a lot of work to do, but these results can show us to look forward in this direction. Thank you. I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you, Vladislav Arevich, for your speech, for your work. And once more, I congratulate you with the award that you were given today.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have no opportunity to have a conversation with you in person and discuss more in this regard. Irina Gennadina will give you the words. Further, that is okay. We all have a work. Once again, thank you so much. Talking about the turnover of the tobacco and nicotine-containing production, we need to also hear the word from the representatives of the controlling service. Allow me to give the floor to the head of the Department of Permitting and Control Activities in the Tobacco Market, Federal Service for Alcohol and Tobacco Market Control, Timur Alexeyevich Tatarintsev. Timur Alexeyevich, the floor is yours. Thank you, Svetlana Viktorovna. I would like to greet all the participants of our forum, which have been established this year with the help from above. And thank you for the Kazakhstani side, which provide us this perfect platform for the organizing of the events. The Commission and represents all the associations, and I see how is it possible to do all the things within the time limitations. Today we talked a lot on newly established body, which is represented and also touched upon the current session on combating illicit turnover of tobacco and nicotine-contained production. That refers not to the establishment itself, it's a renewed body within the development of the basic federal law. With no doubt, I'd like to say that it became the new practice on regulation of turnover of tobacco production and nicotine-contained production. They changed some game rules, which helped to distinguish one thing from another. So those who work within the legislative framework, they are fair producers, and other ones, they are under the supervision of our body. During the summer of last year, under the order of the President of Russian Federation, we identified the body for control and supervision. That is a renewed body from which existed from 2009, and it's been quite effective in terms of work on a federal regulating body, and under the highest government of the country, we identified the service on control for activities in the tobacco market and alcohol. On the 1st September, we have discussion. In the November, we transmitted the powers for the respected body, and the market participants can address for receiving licensing, and our service started to provide the services on registration of the basic technical equipment and licensing. Currently, with the help of not an easy work, we have the special team within our body that is comes from my title, for instance, for controlling. We created the conditions for licensing and market regulation. From this year, we gathered the necessary powers. This process is continued. We do have requests and requests for having changes in register for changing the platforms for business activities, and the producers are um, under discussion too. They they have experienced delays. We shared the statistical data on some problems related to the realization of the tobacco production and the devices contain nicotines. Only 19 organizations addressed for receiving the license. Within them, 15 can produce nicotine-contained production using raw materials, and 4 only distribution of the production. We do have a cheaper license in terms of the cost of governmental fees, and also the have shops of duty free. There we license the purchase of the production or the further procurement and implementation and distribution of the products. We also discussed the licenses of importers and exporters. Exporters comes to the 11. Why the license unites all the countries? License is the document which allows to have some business activities. Without this document, the major consequence for the organization is receiving of huge penalties, the confiscation of the equipment, and initially people don't understand what kind of risk they have. That is a regulated measure we implement. And so I think that you understand that the producers been attract only in cases when they produced the falsificated production and production with no labelings and so on. We have certain limitations, so we established the regulatory process under the courts and at the pre-trial basis. Here we refer the use of the trademark under the decision of the courts. The use of the certain trademark been prohibited. I would like to share more on the controlling work, supervision work. The previous speakers also mentioned this aspect, and within the previous sessions we also touched upon this principles of work. And in the new upcoming year, this prohibition will be expired, and all the principles are included in the basic federal law. I see within the implementation and supervision work, there is a need to have more to have larger spectrum of covering of issues, and one of the requirements is to include the systems of labeling. The same is for retails. There is a growth, the huge growth up to 17%, and so-called participants of the turnover which are not undergoing the licensing for the internal cases. If are not touched upon, there is no indicators of the risks. And for our supervision service, we have the certain amounts of risk indicators, and they also included into informational system. On the results of controlling work, the risk indicators have been launched in the July. Throughout the 6 months of existence of our service, we cooperated within the supervision events and supervision of the manufacturing. I would like to mention that those who are not registered are not the ones we could be aware of. In this regard, we try to cooperate with law enforcement bodies, and 50 joint events activities we do have on suppression of the illicit tobacco production turnover, including 60 units of equipment. For the equipment, one of the key requirements is the registration of the equipment for realization of the tobacco products. That is a recurring license for the tobacco production without no registered in the within the database of the informational system, where the producers receive the codes of labeling. So if the equipment is not registered, there is no grounds for addressing to receiving this code. So for now, they are not obliged to register the equipment. However, we do consider the use of the list, which undergoes the amendments and so on, includes the list of all types of the equipment which allows to produce the nicotine-contained production. So we try to verify the equipment is included into this list or not, and to compare it with the amount of the tobacco production. So why our service received the powers that's been under the law, and the draft work which been collected within the 15 years of our services, that is 175 law on the production regulation of tobacco products, and for the today's situation, that is confiscation, the keeping on the pre-trial basis, and utilization, and all the confiscated illegal equipment and production. We introduced the third basic law, and we keep more than 500 tons of tobacco production and 34 units of equipment. In order not to repeat, my colleagues, and as Ekaterina mentioned, the further speaker we have, the harder for the speaker to not repeat previous one. Thank you very much. I would like to address the question. So this service covers the tobacco production, but probably you have some drafts regarding the amending of some regulating acts or laws, because it's closely connected with your work, and for your service especially, this situation is common. Thank you, Svetlana Viktorovna, for addressing with quite an relative issue. Yes, for the normative regulations, you cannot cover all the details, especially if we talk about the tobacco and alcohol. That's not the same thing. in alcohol, it's the separate system. Here, for tobacco, we mutually work with the Ministry of Trade, the apparatus, and as we've seen at the first stage, you can face wide-ranging things which you need to address using the mutual approach. And so for us, we pay more attention on combating, as I mentioned, combating liquids contained nicotine, and that refers packaging and cartridges and so on. And we saw that the wholesalers, sellers, even after the registering the system fair sign, under the today's requirements, are not required to include the places of business into the system, into the single register of the events. That is the kind of the address we see in the system, the judicial address itself, legal address. Sometimes it refers to the apartments, and without the allowance under the court, you cannot enter the someone's apartment, for instance. That is why it is hard to regulate such issues. And we need to provide a consultation someplace and discuss possible opportunities. That is why I know that we have a technical opportunity in the informational system, and the sooner as possible, we will try to allow all the participants of the turnovers, those who have licenses and those who not, to include the places of business. It's been also touched upon by Vyacheslav Valerievich. That is one of the our mutual initiative with Minister of Finance on supervision of the tobacco production and nicotine-contained production. And for the suppression, that is to authorize the powers of the certain bodies to limit the turnover in different forms throughout the blocking if we have some concerns on violation of some regulative norms, or with no appellation to ban this production. We need to have an amendment into the rules of labeling too. And it's been mentioned by my colleague also that till the January 25th, within the work with Republic of Belarus, so this system will start its work, and the capture will be enlarged further to the European Union and EAEU, because the agreements on excises takes longer in comparison, and some groups of products are also included. And the last thing, for the long-term perspective, to provide the powers for the service to supervise the national standards and governmental standards and regulate them. It's everything connected, contained within the law. And when we adopted the law, we mentioned that there is no opportunity to do so. However, we do have the precedents, the individually or collectively, even among the those who have licenses. So they try to play with the products categories under the labeling of the cigarettes. They try to sense nicotine-contained production. So in order to identify this cigarette or other types of tobacco production, it's not an easy process. We do have 4 accredited laboratories verifying the product types. And we plan to enlarge the capture of the verification. And personally, I work within the body, which has 2 laboratories, and I do hope that we will have an opportunity to convince the colleague to accept some regulations in this regard. Thank you, Timur Alexeyevich. I think that that is interesting for other countries to, in terms of contracting, and I express the insurance in this regard. And the following speaker will continue this topic. The representative of one of the regulating body, Daniel Boyching, deputy head of the Department of Control of the Products in Circulation of Rospotrebnadzor. Daniel Sergeyevich, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to. Do you hear me well? Closer to the microphone so you can be heard very well. A little bit about sharing the experience of my control supervising agency that I've been working in, about the topic of the control supervising controlling the Roskomnadzor, and I would like to start with the point that we have today. The reform of the control supervision activity in our country, that is about the precise work between the agencies. There are some agencies that control one certain persons, and the other agency control the other certain people. And to not offend my colleagues, I would like to compare the thing that Roskomnadzor is controlling the tobacco-containing products in the framework of the sanitary epidemiological control, and to, by the large extent, in our agency we have all the technical settlements. We look partly on those requirements related to the production and the content, and when we look at the marking or labeling and control the retail sphere, currently in 2023 the Rospotrebnadzor was identified as one of the key agency of labeling products in the retail sphere, and all the commitments were identified by the subsequent regulatory acts, including the requirements to the tobacco nicotine contain products. And I would repeat once more that we have 46 indicators of risks nowadays, and 13 of them in September of this year were declared. And I'd like to say some words about what is the indicator of risks nowadays, and the mandatory requirement for the risk is that with the high level of the accordingly, today the Russian Federation Rospotrebnadzor has defined a great number of risks that we have about the nicotine and tobacco-containing products. Subsequently, this mechanism of control ensures us the opportunity to estimate the risks for the consumers and initiate the controls, and to implement the control in the conditions of risk-oriented approach. In total, we have by the period of September 2023 by today we have 12,000 indicators risks, and 4,500 risks of them are tobacco nicotine containing products. And according to the results and indicators, there were held control supervision organizations, and we have control monitored about 15,000 tobacco-contained goods, and the most part of this is in the violation of this labeling. More than 48,000 risks were violated, and with the prohibition of the law, and about 1,000 violations in the law enforcement law of our country, and all the information that contains in the governmental informational system that helps us to fit the parameters of the data contained in order to find out the risks, the indicator of risks in the sphere of controlled individuals that realize the tobacco and nicotine contained products. Considering that, in fact, the special relation and the special attention is paid by the government to the some peculiarities of implementation of realization of tobacco nicotine products, and this is our special commitments. We had such opportunities and possibilities to in organizing such control supervisory events towards the controlled individuals, and also we have formed this by quarters, immediately transferred to the control supervisory events with the interaction. In this case, it's about the control we have 16 and 60 point in the tobacco and nicotine containing goods, 4,014 controls and monitoring procurements were implemented, and with the considering all the violations, I would like to say that we also looked not only to the requirements towards the goods, but the process as well. So this point is registered in yes and or not, and the requirements of our 15 federal law about the protection of environment and the harm of tobacco. And we looked over these things, and about 10,000 prescriptions were set. And coming back to what the retailed point should be registered in the GISMT, and by the results, according to the results that we have done, about 3,000 people is about the digitalization of such markets. We have found the points that were working in the green markets, and after our control supervision events, they legalized and provided data to the GISMT, and in relation to such cases, immediately we have done the work of the supervision events by the results of 750,000 goods of tobacco nicotine-contained goods, including 44% of the realization of requirements, mandatory requirements of labeling goods and certification of these goods, and there were some procedural also, I would like to note the work on blocking internet sites that Rospотребнадзор is implementing in the framework of the sphere of protecting rights of consumers, and now we are reacting to the information that we are having from governmental Duma or within the studies, scientific studies. And today we are implementing the blocking in the juridical process. It's very complex, but nowadays the government have defined that we implement this activity by 2030 in the framework of the concepts that the government already signed, and over the 4 years, I don't know the numbers, but I tried to respond. We are running out of time, so about 455,000 cases were registered, and in 90% of the cases, they take decisions to block such internet sources, and in 5% of cases, as far as the internet sites know that the Roskomnadzor started to control them, they finished their activity. Thank you a lot. But we want to hear all the speakers, so I ask you to set by the reglement the time limit that we have. And
with the topic of illegal tobacco market and globalization, I have a question to Rospотребнадзор. You mentioned the word that under the identification of the illegal production, you somehow legalized them. Is it possible for labeling mechanism of Russian Federation to include it into the register? So you need to have a code. So what do you mean by legislation? We did not mention the requirements of the production score, so we saw that the distribution point is illegal, and we also have the procedural actions on conducting the supervision and experiments within this distribution point. We arrested it after the examination, then confiscated of production under the procedural actions, and then we sent the documents on for this point on necessity within certain amount of time. To register in the decimal system in order to become the participant of the turnover of this category of products. Thank you. Everything with no excises, with no data metrics, we confiscate. In 2020, in Russia, it's been established and so working the national Center of Competence in the fields of combating illicit trafficking of industrial products. I would like to give the floor to the director of the center, Irina Bushina. Thank you, Svetlana Viktorovna. The presentation is on the screen. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the forum for the given opportunity to participate in this important event. The organization I do represent have been established under the decision of the government of the Russian Federation as the pillar of the national economy and the combating of illicit production, trafficking, and turnover within the framework of the trade system of Russia. Currently, the problem of illicit turnover and its further distribution is remaining the threat for the economical safety as well as for the health of the citizens. So that is why the threats, including fiscal um, and central competence, including taxes and supervision bodies and civil society, is a prior one for us. We also provide the expertise for the products which under the attention and discussion of the government. For such sensitive market as tobacco production, we do implement the method which unites two interconnected research directions. First, quarterly analytical review of the tobacco and NSP products market. So it's on the individual basis, we assess each segment. Next one is connects with the field studies, which we organize in order to verify the share of the illegal turnover. Quarterly, we implement developed by us and approved by the government assessment of illicit tobacco trafficking on the market. The innovation is the following one. The market analysis is done in connection and interdependence of the results of the control activity, and the results we build the ratings of the regions depicting the current condition of the regional markets. The share of the illicit production is identified also within the field studies. So we simply made the revision on the streets, looking at things which are lying closer to our face. And we identify this issue as the all-Russian one because that's a non-precedent for the capture, and number 69. More than 69,000 of cigarette packs are collected and examined by the experts. I would like to draw attention to the fact that the expertise of the empty cigarette packs is done by the corporated players in the industry. And almost a week ago, we terminated the seventh all-Russian study, and so with allowance of the apparatus of governmental commission, that is the first time within the platform of International Forum Anti-Counterfeiting. We will announce these digits. The share of illegal turnover decreased and comes in total to 10.8%, the share of illegal turnover of tobacco products, and 11.4% share of illicit turnover of tobacco products in terms of population. The previous digit was for smokers. The decrease of the share of illicit turnover is based in major way on the decrease of illegal trafficking from the EAEU countries, so from 6.4 till 5.8. And despite the positive dynamics, the illicit turnover is still a relevant question. It covers 53% of the structure of illicit turnover for tobacco products. The share of illicit cigarettes came from non-EAU member countries also decreased. The situation almost not decreased. The situation is not changing from year to year, and 79% tobacco production selling illegally at Russian Federation and imported by the EAEU comes for the Belarusian brands. It has no excise mark, but the 90 6% of this production has Belarusian mark, and only small share has no excise Belarusian mark. The share decreases year to year. Previously, we've had 10 times more of such production until the end of 2023, only 6%, until the end of 2024, only 4%. And part of this, I would like to emphasize that the more share of legal trafficking from the EAEU comes for the Armenian brands, and almost 19% comes for the Armenian share, which 1.7 times more than the previous researchers. So the share of illegal trafficking of cigarettes increased from Kazakhstan till 2.5%. I would like to mention that all of the things which were done by our sensors, the results are not also folding in papers and keeping in storage, but we actively implement them throughout the analytical reviews and represent them of the use of governments, the state subjects and interested bodies. The quartile analytics review includes not only the analytics of the tobacco production market, but also the market of subjects depicting the condition of regional markets, including the indicators resulted by the controlling activities. And I would like to emphasize that we build up the direct cooperation with the regions, and then our center continues to have the fruitful cooperation, and the work is done up to the far regions. We are the active participants of the process, so not only by verification of the illegal turnover, but also in regard of elimination of such issues. In the conclusion, I would like to mention that such a comprehensive approach provides us to have the whole picture of the market activities and helps to within the decision-making process at all levels, from study to study, enforcing its analytical and expert potential. We are open for that, for active cooperation with you, representatives of the business, state bodies, international organization, and all the network in the Common Economic Union. I would like to suggest to share experience and implement that more. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Irina Alexandrovna. You made us so very happy for the keeping the time, and I hope that we will hear more news from our old friends of association, the figure which spans a lot of huge amount of years in tobacco production industry. Allow me to introduce Maxim Vitalyevich, Director for Protection of Legal Turnover of Products and for Development of Advanced Technologies. I would try my best to keep the time.
Dear colleagues, I would like to, a lot was said about the labeling. I would like to talk about the different topic and to talk about the ways of labeling in the same time. The first of all, that we have discussing today in the EAEU countries, and you have seen that a couple of days ago, in Canada, the Canada was proposed to be the 51st state of America, and because there is a large turnover of illicit tobacco products, and they use the pseudo export of the invention of our Belarusian friends, and this is a story that was a while ago. When in Canada, in particular, they show that they are the best in this field. They have a large number of regions that in which the level of illicit trade is above 50%, and this problem arising there not because they have open borders, because they have Indian societies without any control. And I would like to say in the end about the problem of exports is very serious, and it touches everyone due to the fact that today most of the products, excluding the products of Belarusian, from Belarusian side, the products from Suda export, that Irina Alexandrovna has already mentioned, the interesting news that the number of that non-excise exports has reduced, and it's now more complex to export such products to Mongolia or Abkhazia, and the number of cigarettes from Armenia was raised. Looking to the statistics on the territory of Russian Federation for the past, maybe the Vladimir will say that more than 5 largest companies were closed, and we have only several companies on the market. And we look to the neighboring countries. In Georgia, we have minimum 2 factories. In Armenia, we have about 19%, more than 7 factories on the small territory of Armenia. They have 7 factories. In Belarus, 9 million of people, and around the territory of Russian Federation, there is a large number of such factories, duty-free and so on. And here is the problem is a large one, a serious one, because I would like to say about the duty-free. The cigarettes from duty-free that's coming from the free market zone is has abundant of the legal for the Arab Emirates, but illegal for other countries. And here the main reason is within the framework of EAEU to the fact that the tobaccos have gone through the Arab Emirates and have come to the Russian Federation. Today we've talked about the data, what is happening in Kazakhstan, about 13-15%. In Uzbekistan also the numbers are rising, and if we look, the Suda exported cigarettes of duty-free. The Irina Alexandrovna has already showed the data, and this number has been decreasing. These countries of EAU has been impossible to export such products, and criminals start to find the opportunity to sell without crossing the borders, and to increase the illegal turnover of such products. And we don't have anyone from the law enforcement agencies, and we need to tackle this problem. And I've talked to some representatives of authorities, and I can say the example of, maybe we know a little bit of such topic, and maybe about 10 containers of the cigarettes from Arab Emirates were crossed by the tomato paste. With a criminal background, people started to find him, but successfully they didn't find this product, and it was just ejected. And it's great that we have opportunity to discuss such problems in the forum, and we need to create some working group. We have some examples, the positive examples with MNCK in the regional committee, in the framework of regions of Russian Federation, that we have working groups that regularly conduct such meetings of interaction is very important because more than 600 billion pack of cigarettes right now is in illegal markets worldwide, and the losses in budget are very serious. The dozens of hundreds $1 billion, and if we unite if we don't unite, this illicit product turnover will be rising, and if we close it in Russia, then it will emerge in Kazakhstan, and such cigarettes in Arab Emirates are very common in Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan doesn't have any channels to the sea. In Uzbekistan, we have a lot. There are a lot of cigarettes from the South Korea of one popular brand, so it's very important to unite to combat this problem with the attraction of the representative bodies to determine the risks. And due to the fact that information is coming from different spheres, we can look upon the regions, what is the average number of sales in certain region, and how it's possible to, is it possible um, to create such turnovers there, and we can prevent maybe such turnover of illicit tracking. Dear colleagues, please keep to the timeline because we need to hear every speaker about the technical timeline of the tobacco products, the settlements of the nicotine-containing products. Will talk the next speaker, the Deputy Minister of of Russian Federation, the Elena Anatolievna Fedevna. Elena Anatolievna, please connect to to our forum. Good afternoon, Svetlana Viktorovna, dear participants. We will be working for a long time, and I'd like to talk briefly about the relevancy of technical settlements in the framework of EAEU, and the issues that we are working on within the Russian Federation framework. Today we have the technical reglement to the top tobacco products. Technical timeline is being enforced from 2016. And this is a comprehensive document that has all the requirements of towards the tobacco products and also sets the requirements to the nicotine-contained products. So the requirements to the contain to the rights of consumers. Nowadays, on the arena of EU, there's been a work on advancing all the technical timelines in the sphere of form of quality corresponding, and tobacco products is not an exception here. So nowadays we are looking once more about the practice of law applicable questions. According to the latest information, the text that's now represented to us is satisfies all the relevant requirements, and in fact we don't have any violations to or comments to this document. As for non-smoking tobacco products, according to the resolution of EAEU, this question is on the national level in the framework of Russian Federation. In the summer this year, on August 8th, we have adopted the federal law that is called Technical Regulation on the non-smoking tobacco products that was set all the requirements related to these products and set requirements about the ensuring the contain of such products in such regulations in the Eurasian Economic Union, and also the form of correspondence quality. Besides this, such technical timeline is going to be on force on March 1st, 2025, but from September 1st, 2024, we have already some provisions that is on force and the exceptions or requirements on the compulsory
On attaching the excess mark on all the packages. So now we transfer to digital labeling. For the nicotine content production, we have a little bit different situation within the EAEU. We have no regulation on this production. It is under the development by the Armenian Party. Our colleagues prepared the text of this regulation, and it undergoes the metrological expertise that is a obligatory procedure within the development of such regulations. And currently, the colleagues prepare these documents for the further transmitting of the Eurasian Economic Commission and for the further negotiations of the states, so in order to resolve the issues regarding the directions of projects on inter-state base of the state members of Eurasian Economical Union. Respectively, the projects on regulating defines the key expressions like what is tobacco production and so on for identification of the production. Also contains the list of the prohibited ingredients for production of the nicotine-contained production, and also tries to establish the limited amount of the certain ingredients within this production and liquids too. Taking into consideration that the deadlines, the time limitations for the technical regulation and the enforced date from the date of acceptance. So the time framework is quite long, but for the Russian Federation, under the regulation of the government, for the obligatory assessment of nicotine-contained production, we have two standards for liquids, standards for the heating products, and for the compliance of these products to the regulations. The producers should use the provisions of these standards at the obligatory basis. The standards in general have been developed under the platform of the technical committee for standard. And we do have certain moments which is considered to be amended and actualized, and within the next year we plan to on the nicotine-contained liquids. That is a brief information. I do understand that we have a lack of time. Thank you, Rina Anatolovna. Yes, we try our best to be on time. The next speaker is Yurken Baturjanovich Naurizbekov. Please take your seat. The Executive Director of the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs from the Atomican, which will share more on the tobacco production in Kazakhstan. 5 minutes. I will be very brief. The half of my theses have been announced already. And first of all, I'd like to greet all the participants of the International Forum and wish the productive work on the share of the illegal market on the territory of the Republic of Kazakhstan has been shared already. That is 10.1%. Here we can talk about the relevant issue on transit, illegal trafficking from Kyrgyzstan border, and the following illicit turnover, but also comes from the Arab Emirates, Bulgaria, Serbia, and or is Oscar label brands all the products which enter in our territory in an illegal basis, and we do know all of them. Bill Ali, which has been mentioned before. And for our opinion, we have a range of reasons. So why during the last period of time we see the increased level of turnover tobacco production. Unfortunately, I haven't heard any thesis on the fact that unfortunately our countries and member states of EAEU are introducing the certain types of regulating tools of tobacco production, which directly or indirectly could affect on having the non-preferential case conditions of realization of tobacco production. So not so far ago, in 2024, we had we established a certain amendments, and throughout some mechanism we try to announce that due to the international experience it can directly or indirectly can lead to the creation of the condition. And since 2021 the turnover of the illegal production increased and by 7 times, and from the first side it seems not the direct reason but 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 we still need to made some calculations, and especially for transit, we do have some gaps in customs or legislation framework, and so we initiated the suggestion on creating the working group under the EAEU, which will consult the customs regulation within the EAEU. And as we understood politically, we've been supported and we awaited the session under the high level on discussion the further measures on combating illegal trafficking of tobacco production. The next one is to suppress entering of illicit production. And the next one is economical access for realizators who sell this production. If you have no needs, we will see no demand for this production, we will see no sales. So within the parliament, we discussed the businesses who sell such illegal production, and that affects a lot the physical access and the providing the conditions where there is no opportunity to cross the borders, and then to establish the penalty norms. In this regard, I would like to mention the thing which was not announced yet between the decisions undertaken and the governmental bodies on introduction of new regulatory tools. Under their opinion, that is a kind of contradictory one, which affects the decrease of the consumption. And the initiation of new tools, they can undergo the obligatory assessment of the esteemed bodies, governmental bodies. Anyway, all the workload is on this governmental bodies like ROS, Alcohol Tobacco Control, and all the workload is on the controlling body, while the introduction of this regulation is done by other bodies, and I would like to ask all the governmental bodies, Committee of Governmental Incomes, and so on, and all the other bodies to reach the harmonization. Because sometimes Russia introduces regulatory instruments in our regulatory bodies on have some issues. Sometimes we hear that something been implemented in Kazakhstan, and now we need to use it in Russia. So such cases leads to direct or indirect increase of illegal turnover. That is the kind of request I would like to address to have a fixation of current situation. That is a kind of difficult situation we are in right now. Not to introduce the instruments which could directly or indirectly affect the establishment of condition of distribution of illegal production. Thank you for the proposal. We can include it into the resolution and then send to the government of our states. The next speaker is the representative of the company of the International Association Anti-Counterfeit of Philip Morris International, Vladimir Leonidovich Vasilyev. Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. My work is simple. A lot of things have been done. I would like to sign under all the words that we've heard today by the speakers, because everything is alike, and in order not to repeat the colleagues, I would like to emphasize the following moments. We're happy to hear on new digits which have been announced today by Irina Alexandrovna Pushina that in Russia, with the help of comprehensive work of control regulating bodies, business representatives, we've been able to stabilize the illegal trafficking and improvements, and we hope that further we'll continue this tendency because the rate is so high, and we need to implement a lot in order to see the further decrease. If we will take a closer look at the market of the EAEU, despite the fact that in Russia we see this sudden decrease, in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, the share of illicit turnover rapidly increased within the last 3 years. For instance, in Kazakhstan, from 3 or 4% until 10 or 14%. The share of the illicit tobacco production turnover in Kyrgyzstan is up to 70%, and that is a rapid growth. And we do see that within the union space, that is the relevant issue, and so the resolution of this issue should be under the mutual cooperation. And probably there is a necessity of establishing the coordinating body under the EAEU, for instance, expert council on combating illicit turnover, within which we can establish certain working groups on the types of the production which has a huge share of illicit turnover, which is under the excise products list. And mutually, under the cooperation, we can resolve these issues. Within such an expert or regulating body, we can operatively exchange data, best practices, best regulations which have been implemented in the certain countries of the EAEU. And develop the customs cooperation, coordinate control and supervision checkpoints on the cross-border areas, because it's not a secret, as has been mentioned, the production which is coming from the EAE then is found out in the Kyrgyzstan, for instance, or in China, but in fact it remains here, then it's transferred to the Kazakhstan and further in Russian Federation. That deteriorates the current situation. That is why, from my perspective, we need to resolve this issue in a comprehensive way to concentrate on the bottlenecks and to work within cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, SCC. The will to have the active engagement from Kazakhstan and Russia. So that proves that we need to gather not only annually but more within a year, and we need to have the special body within our forum organization. Thank you very much. The next speaker I would like to introduce is the Executive Director of the Association of the Fair Importers and Producers of Alcohol and Tobacco Products, Kaz Spirits, Dmitry Zhukov.
Дмитрий, ваш.
Спасибо. Так, вы будете
Thank you. You will be clicking. Yes, thank you very much. For those who are waiting for this moment, the Association of Conspirators Professional Association uniting the producers and importers of nicotine and tobacco-containing products, and the main principle of our work is an open dialogue of the government and the community itself. And we think that the sustainable development of business can be done only by the principles of social responsibility and openness. And the solution of this problem we see only in the scientific approach with the participation of all interested parties. I can see what's in the screen. So the counterfeit is to go through the terms. We discuss not only the falsificated products of a certain brand, but any illegal product that is falsificated by the other brands. And counterfeit is diminishing the trust of the people to what are they buying in the shops is so-called safe goods, and it's not giving anything that can enhance the infrastructure of the society. I will say briefly about the presentation, and I think that I will fit in the timeline of 5 minutes. So I will talk about some alarming tendencies about the Kazakhstan in the trade sector of the nicotine-containing products and about the prevention of the risks in the organized crime groups and the legal players that are not organized but will organize in the future. And I would like to present all the popular routes of the imports of such products and to talk about the ways to combat such illegal turnover. What can we do in this regard? And in conclusion, the constructive proposals of what can be done in enhancing the situation. Please look at the left side of the slide. This is an example of bad regulation. This is what happened in Kazakhstan, what the scrupulous players wanted to enhance the situation in order to vape products not coming illegally to the country and come to the people under 18, and unfortunately the Kazakhstan government went not so unscrupulous people and adopted an prohibition, and our experience is giving us information that in the next year we'll talk about the illegal trafficking of this product. But the situation now is, as we can see on the right side of the slide, you can see the statistics that I see reflects everything that's happening in other countries in the Russian Federation. We are developing the sector of the tobacco products, and the situation is very alarming. We have a tendency of rising tobacco turnover, illegal tobacco turnover, and the increase of such a tendency for just several years, and we will remain this tendency about 3% of the share of illegal cigarettes turnover. And the roots of the illegal trafficking of cigarettes by my colleagues, they demonstrate, first of all, the distribution of illegal trafficking, illegal trade. And looking at this, we can simply illustrate that the coordination of such flows cannot be obvious, and this is crime organizations, and it's very dangerous. The organized crimes groups is also creates the parallel economy and deteriorates the economy of the state. And when they become bigger, it's very complex to resolve the questions. It's very interesting to look on the illegal market. There is a leader that is comprising 54.2%. This talks about that laws are working on the illegal markets too, and even when you buy some illegal products, if you are used to one certain brands, we can see the example, and start to buy it. And the negative side of it is that such approach, unfortunately, makes such brands legal, although it's illegal. And secondly, I think that the next step is the other brands that are on the market. That is comprising a less share, and the problem is the problem of next stage in the development of illegal trade is the falsification of existing brands. So if we talk about some gray market brands not existing in the Kazakhstan market, so there is falsification of existing brands too, and we see the first signs of such cases. The roots of trafficking illegal tobacco products are coming from the Iran, Tajikistan, and the countries that are in the route are the transition points for this route. And the UAE and China, as we all know, are two large suppliers, and we can resolve this issue within our countries, but ideally it will be very helpful to include also the countries, the transit countries. If the custom services worker is controlling the product and it's not registered, and he must stop this cargo and not to import it in the country. And this is ideally realized image, and in theory it can be implemented. That's combating with the illegal transit, trans-border trade, and I think it's comprehensive to try do our best in this regard. The next routes of distribution are on the screen. Here we can see the data is maybe more interested for the specialists or economists, and I would like to draw attention on the prices, the price pressure. You can understand that there is a difference between illegal and legal products with the same quality, and it arises in the cases when we have, along with other things, when the excise starts to implement prohibited function, and as the association, we don't say that we don't need excise or we need to reduce it. We say that when we implement the excise, we need to look on the price accessibility, and it is different for different countries, even with similar incomes, average incomes. For example, in Russia or Kazakhstan, the income per capita in Kazakhstan is way lower than in Russia. And for some people, it's impossible to afford a pack of cigarettes, and they will go to the illegal market. And we need to consider it, take it into consideration when doing our studies and try to combat with illegal products. We also see that the transit revenues also impact on the accessibility. When in China they are accessible, in other countries it's becoming more expensive. A very important moment that I want to draw your attention is the existence of such illegal hubs of distributing illegal products. If we have some wholesale market, there is no illegal trade, but there are big volumes of the illegal products that's going further. First of all, it's also about the small illegal businesses that have unlimited number of illegal products. This is a big problem too. Secondly, it's diminishing the problem of the wholesale producers, and they hope that they will sell it by themselves, and this is an illegal products market, because not in average normal country there is no the market of selling guns or pharmaceutical products, but there is a market that they sell nicotine-containing products. This is about the illegal trade. The next, we don't have enough cooperation between governmental bodies, official bodies, and the players of the market. Along with that, the players of the market is the best source of information about the illegal turnover. The merchandisers, the sellers also see when the turnover is decreasing in some point, and the cigarettes is being consumed in a stable way. We tried to reach the governmental authorities, and we organized the measures of civil patrols, they come to the point where there is an illegal trade, and they fix it on the camera. They ask sellers to stop doing this activity and sign the report that this is an illegal product, and apologize. 90% of these people just refuse to do so, and we need to attract the representative bodies of the law enforcement agencies. We are working with these agencies for several years, and when there is a large party, the police comes and also distribute this chain to the large wholesalers. And the more number of this association and producers will help to the governmental bodies and manage these questions, there will be less options to open sell of illegal products. This will be a repeat. I will repeat about the cooperation of the private sector and the authorities. Thank you so much. I tried to do it quickly. Thank you so much. We have one more speaker, Anna Andreevna Sorochenskaya, the Executive Director of the Public Council on the problem of the teenage smoking as the harm of the nicotine to the teenage smokers. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Do you see me? Can you see me?
Добрый день. Огромное спасибо за организацию этого мероприятия.
Thank you for the organization of this event and invitation for taking participation. I'd like to join all the applause when we heard when the Irina Alexandrovna introduced the data of the state study, and it's great to see them. And the work is done to suppress the illegal turnover, and it's important for our organization too, because within more than 20 years we do exist, and our key task is to decrease the level of cases of illegal smoking. We work with sellers. We try to call them for prohibit the sales for those who are under the 18 years old. So for teenagers to work with their parents and so on. We also devote the special attention of the access of the teenagers to the smoking production, and so we do aware how the illicit market promotes and develops this illegal smoking among teenagers. The first aspect is the low price, which attracts the teenagers to buy this illicit production, and the way how sellers do not control the distribution points, which violates the existing laws, and the production is sold to the teenagers. We joined for the discussion of this issue, and there is some opportunities for us, and assessing the changes of current industry of tobacco production and what happens in Russia in this regard. And we do see that within the last years, the legislation framework changes on the better side. We implemented new measures, and the regulation is enough for now, and the only thing we need to reach is to reach legal implementation and use on daily basis. So we have the small amount of market participants who keep this aspect. However, we still have the gray zone and lack of control. So all the attention should be devoted to this part of the market. That is why it is good to see the risk development in this field. And our non-governmental organization also participates in these activities. And first of all, we do help the governmental supervision bodies with providing the data on distribution points, which have among the list of reproduction the liquids on nicotine-containing products and tobacco production, which is sold for the teenagers. We also work with the Rospotrebnadzor and commit some work within different regions of the Russia. We develop and distribute the enlightenment material for the consumers, attracting them to refuse of using this tobacco production, and that allows us to legally check the legality of production which is realized, and also report to the respected bodies. And sometimes we do identify violations within the internet, and we try to track the violations with the distant selling of nicotine-containing production and tobacco production, including the production type with illegal production itself, and try to discuss the issues in offline and online formats of trade, and trying our best not only to help to the state supervision body to suppress this violation, but also to work with the gaps in the legal use of regulation, and then to submit all the necessary reports to the state bodies in order to change the control and event system. Vladimir Vasilyevich mentioned that the insist of establishing the expert council. I do support this suggestion, and I think that it will help a lot. And we need to actively attract the non-commercial sector. And for us, it would be very interesting to have a cooperation with non-governmental organizations from other countries which have own experience. In conclusion, I would like to mention that the most important thing is to have mutual efforts, including representatives of law enforcement bodies, governmental bodies, business representatives, and non-commercial organization representatives. So this year, for instance, we participated in the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, under which we signed the memorandum which covers the work and prohibition for selling use of tobacco production by teenagers, and we will try our best in order to reach the most possible low number of cases. And we have more than 40 organizations from 9 regions of the Russia, and with the joint efforts we will try to contribute in this direction. And I think that the synergy of this law enforcement body, business representatives, will help a lot to resolve the issues, including the issue of illegal turnover of tobacco production. In conclusion, I would like to call you for acting in this way. And being the last speaker, I would like to say thank you for all the organizations with the help of which we've seen the decrease in illegal tobacco turnover rates, so let us to continue to work in this way. Thank you so much. And Andrei, such type of question I do have. What kind of statistic we probably have which depicts that the higher the illegal turnover we see in tobacco production, the more teenagers buy the cigarettes which are illegal? Have you covered such type of data before? For some period ago, we made the control purchasing and survey of the sellers and the teenagers, and all the studies depicts the direct connection between the level of illegal markets and the number of teenagers which buy illegal cigarettes. I can introduce several digits. So the indicators of previous years for the 2021 in Bryansk, for instance, 37% of illegal tobacco production turnover in 2021, and in 2021 I also discussed the teenage smoking level. And the survey depicted that the 47% of smoking teenagers buys illegal products. The similar work was done in Novosibirsk region, where the illegal trade level been in 27% and 28% of teenagers buys illegal cigarettes, for instance, in St. Petersburg. At that time, they've seen a very low level of legal turnover in cigarettes, only at 4% level, and 9% of teenagers bought the illegal cigarettes. So you see the direct connection of these digits. The higher illegal turnover we see, the more teenagers buy this production. Thank you, Anna Jane. Dear colleagues, we heard the reports of all the speakers. I would like to say thank you for your work. All the suggestions which have been made will obviously would be included into the final resolution of our session and the forum too. That is why the great request, please send me your suggestions using the organizer's address in order to formulate this recommendation. In conclusion, I would like to mention that we discussed today that there is a need to use any possible way to fight for the transparency of the tobacco production market, and obviously, as has been mentioned by the Irina Bushin, while providing data on decreasing rates of illegal turnover, you probably step by step will reach this interest rate, and you need to remember that smoking is bad for our health. And I would like to say thank you once again. In the fresh out of the new year, I would like to congratulate you for the new year, wish you all the happiness and good health. Thank you.
Раз, 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 раз. Раз, 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 раз. Раз, раз, раз. Угу. Раз, 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 раз. Все хорошо. Есть? Есть. Звук пошел. Отлично. дорогие друзья, временной блокаут мы видим, какой у нас. Поэтому, еще раз повторю, я очень рад, что мы собрались здесь по поводу цифровизации. Это интереснейшее направление. Только что закончилась работа секции по маркетплейсов. И здесь вопрос такой. Работа электронных площадок. Это часть, это элемент цифровизации наших отношений, наших профессиональных отношений, то, где мы осуществляем свою деятельность. Или продолжение. Ну, здесь вопрос чисто риторический. Мы прекрасно понимаем, что цифровизация настолько проникла в нашу жизнь, что, наверное, в ближайшем обозримом будущем, пока существует электричество, мы будем опираться именно на цифру, именно на виртуальные инструментарии, на цифровые решения, на тот инструментарий, который, собственно, нам предлагают разработчики программного обеспечения. Ну и действительно, если мы посмотрим на аннотацию нашей сессии, мы начинаем с чего? С ГИСов, так называемых, государственные информационные системы. Какое значение они имеют для цифровизации? Основное – база данных. Именно базы данных формируют сейчас многие тренды, многие направления и, собственно, определяет функционал и наш с вами, и многих других, как существующих сфер деятельности, так и перспективных. Я думаю, никого агитировать за советскую власть, за цифровизацию не нужно, поскольку действительно семимильными шагами это идет настолько, что мы не успеваем на самом деле даже перестроиться. А то, что касается государственных информационных систем, на сегодняшний день можно говорить о том, что идет некий перебор. Об этом многие говорят уже, об этом поднимают вопрос. Как вы думаете, сколько государственных информационных систем в Российской Федерации на сегодняшний день функционирует? Никто толком не знает точно, но говорят примерно о чуть более 7 тысяч. Вопрос. Будет ли тенденция, можно ли говорить о тенденции формирования из этих ГИСов единого цифрового информационного пространства? Да, прекрасно. Ну, как минимум, хотя бы по сферам деятельности мы можем точно определить. И вот здесь контрафакт, антиконтрафактная деятельность, поскольку она во многом очень жестко, очень плотно связана с интеллектуальной собственностью, как раз дает нам много интересных примеров и тех лакун, которые помогут либо состыковать в единое пространство, хотя бы по сфере действия. Еще раз говорю, о, собственно, едином, наверное, говорить сложно, поскольку помимо технических или технологических вопросов здесь пересекается много и ведомственных интересов, межличностных, и много-много чего на самом деле, потому что человек во многом ушел в цифру. И там цифра на сегодняшний день начинает приобретать качество, в общем-то, эмоционирования, которое свойственно индивиду биологическому. Тем не менее, если мы посмотрим на доклады, на темы наших докладов, можно, с одной стороны, представить, что достаточно пестрая такая картина, но эта пестрая картина, на мой взгляд, как раз эти пазлики, которые помогают увидеть, как цифровой инструментарий, цифровые решения помогут нам в дальнейшем двигаться, ускорить, облегчить или, наоборот, притормозить какие-либо функциональные особенности, функциональные решения в нашей сфере деятельности, в нашем развитии в целом. И здесь посмотрим, поскольку каждый из вас в своей сфере профессионал, он точно знает, болевые точки, и, б, на сегодняшний день цифровое решение, возможно, этой болевой точки, той проблемы, которая существует. Поэтому, поскольку мы прижаты к реке по времени, предлагаю очень сжатко, очень кратко, творчески, как профессионал подходит к этому, обозначаем проблему и даем варианты решения именно с цифровой точки зрения. Понятно, мы не идеализируем, не абсолютизируем, но прекрасно знаем, что на сегодняшний день, еще раз, кто от кого зависит больше, мы от цифры или цифра от нас, я думаю, многие для себя уже сделали вывод. Поэтому предлагаю выступить первому участнику. Кабанова Наталья Алексеевна, доцент кафедры экономической безопасности и управления рисками факультета экономики и бизнеса финансового университета при правительстве Российской Федерации, кандидат экономических наук, доцент. Тема выступления – цифровые решения в сфере подготовки кадров для обеспечения деятельности по противодействию незаконному обороту промышленной продукции. Здесь мы возвращаемся к людям, к человеку. Мы знаем, что жуткий дефицит кадров не только в России, но и в Казахстане во многом предопределяет и развитие, кстати, цифровой среды, которая вам в определенной степени помогает, замещает человека, помогает ему обеспечивать вот эту самую нехватку кадров. Но тем не менее, Без подготовки кадров мы проблему не решим, мы не выйдем на требуемые показатели. Пожалуйста.
Здравствуйте, коллеги. Спасибо большое, что предоставили возможность выступить. И так как у нас ограничено время, поэтому я, если позволите, буду тезисным. Первый тезис – это то, что если вы посмотрите программу нашего сегодняшнего мероприятия, то из спикеров, вы насчитаете, наверное, не более 5 представляющих академическое сообщество. Да, есть, конечно, практики, которые тоже занимаются преподавательской деятельностью, и они среди спикеров еще тоже есть. Речь идет о том, что необходимо больше привлекать.
And here we talk about the needs and attraction of academic university and school society and regarding the questions on combating illicit turnover. What types of particular types of moments I would like to highlight in this direction? Almost a month ago, we have had the 6th youth forum, Anti-Counterfeiting, during the last 5 years. They've been organized at the same time, but for having the adult Anti-Counterfeiting forum with changing of the date, we decided to organize youth Anti-Counterfeiting forum quite earlier, and today we see no representatives from this forum within this platform. And we've had colleagues which have had their reports during the plenary session, and the 82% of the youth is engaged into the buying of the counterfeiting products, and they do aware of the risks of its use. And they do not ashamed to the fact of buying the counterfeiting production, and that affects the community as a whole. And as we mentioned, we need the societal support not only within the regulatory bodies and producers, but in the sellers, but also the community, which is considered as saturated. We need to establish the regime of the conditions and form the market which we would like to see in the future. From the one side, we do see the threatening statistics, so the digits which contradict in the regard of the fact which has been mentioned by the speakers, that is the trillion of dollars of the illicit production turnover. But for the fiscal results, that comes to the 800 billion rubles. So they are contradicting each other, and the youth is seem to not to consider these conditions as bad ones. And corruption compliance is at the first place for more than 90% of the companies are undergoing this compliance process, and at the same time, the most questions we discussed within this session are not under the framework of this type of the compliance. The third, I would like to highlight that we see a very upsetting situation on counterfeiting production, and we've been on the marketplace conference, and the last year those who participated during the St. Petersburg Forum on the marketplace section, you probably noticed the interesting report from one of the governors of the Wildberries. He asked the question, those who remember please don't answer, which groups of products are most going to be faked on marketplaces. Your guesses, please. The product cards. We do discuss the type of product, especially electronics. being a person who also has an experience in research works of academic activity, not so far ago started to be engaged into discussion of this process, that is the adult-only products. And of course, in my research, I started to discuss the turnover of these products. That is a huge turnover, huge amount of funds involving, and so the foreign producers have been the key one in Canada and America. The brand products left the market, and we seen the increased share of the products coming from China, and then affect the situation a lot. When we will come till the labeling of the adults on the products, that is a serious issue. We have 4 general types of labeling, and that is a kind of a huge block of products. Then I address this issue to the medical community, especially gynecologist community, because that is a quite a sensitive issue, important for all of us, because that touches upon the reproductive functions. And so we do have an issue, and it is closely connected with such type of products, but it's been not announced because of the wide range of the consumers of such products are ashamed to complain on these products and their use. As you see, other types of products, the children's toys, perfumery, the clothes and footwear. When I've been heard that the only adult products, it's one of the most major product type category. I've been wondering because this affects the reproductive functions of the youth also, and so we need to actively engage the younger generation to resolvement of this issue. The next one is that under the cooperation of Anti-Counterfeiting International Association, and this initiative is in the development stage, is to establish in the Institute on combating illicit turnover of the production. This approach has also existed in the system and throughout the long period of time. Now it is the birthday of such an institute. They have 11th birthday, and they covered a huge amount of questions related to the ROS monitoring, the International Pedagogical Center under the ROS Monitoring and International Network Institute, which cooperates with each other in order to resolve this issue. And we can consider this as a positive example, which is worth to be implemented in regard of anti-counterfeiting system. As I mentioned before, I mentioned some participants of the system of ROS monitoring, for instance. I also noted the institute which provide the informational support of this system, and the center been established under the institute. That's worth to mention. For the years of its work, celebrating the 11th birthday, it covered 10 countries, including China, Brazil, and 56 universities which train the future specialists, and we have different directions of preparation. That includes the IT industry, and the same we do have in our state, that is a legal block where the lawyers resolve some issues, economists, financial specialists, taxation system, customs, and so on. They've been able to unite all of them. It started from 3 universities, and now it's 56 all around the world, because there is still a huge demand on having such a system, and we do see the experience in this year. What are opportunities of the institute? The joint programs of dual diploma are new opportunities on undergoing the practices, because the international community has the mutual cooperation with the university and network institute, and provide the support and practice database, plus the topics for the research. The ROS monitoring prepares the list of topics which is collected all based on the work of all the departments. And for instance, in financial direction, the students have temporary creative collective society, and they discuss the topic submitted by the Ross monitoring, depending on the issue, and in order to identify the necessary areas for research, then they defend their works after the half of the year, and it's quite alike an adult world. And throughout the years of the experience, I have the curating experience of this work, and so we released the reports in this regard because the works are with the good quality, and they could be competitive even with works made by adults. The creativity is contributing to the contributing activity. We've also undergone the supervision, and academic society participated in the process, including the experts not friendly to us. They undergone the conversations with practitioners of financial monitoring, plus students and professors. That is a kind of international system we do have in anti-counterfeiting organization, and they discussed the issues of profile regulation and so on. And under the results of these studies, before and after the supervision, we included the amendments in the normative regulation. Students not only not the weak side, they're much more better in certain things than we are. For the academic mobility, also is the positive side, universal comprehensive scientific researchers with YESIL, if I'm not mistaken, university. We will plan to have international cooperation within scientific works. And the counterfeiting topic is a kind of an international issue and allows to formulate international research works, which is the ground of interest for the academics and scientific society itself. And the standards for the competence building are formed in order to unify the form of these works and the forms of the international cooperation. As you can see, the huge achievement, the huge Olympiad on the financial security, which is organized the fourth years in the row, which is based on the methodological center on the Ross monitoring, and it is supported by the President of the Russian Federation. The huge number, 800,000 of scholars, of school students, and I forgot the number on university students. That is a kind of the propaganda in the positive form of word, which this practice involves the implementation of the course on financial security on the school basis, and this Olympiad involves the BRICS and SCO countries. So the huge interest, and the winners spend a week within the participation of different events of different formats, and we suggest that's my first thesis. Within this Olympiad, not to create the separate Olympiad type, but to use the current facilities and promote anti-counterfeiting issue within the Olympiad on financial security, because the same countries of the participants of the process, the students using the same academical practice, and the issues of the shadow economy are the common for us. That is why I think that we have the powers to develop, have a further development. in this regard. And the final statement on digitalization, on creating the digital platform of union, which unifies Olympiad and different forms of mutual. And this platform is established in 5 languages. All the participants around the world who take participation in this Olympiad. We also established the movement of financial security. Who financed this? The developers of the platform are monitoring international academic methodological center on financial monitoring and physical institute of Lebedev and Bank PSB. Thank you very much. That's everything I would like to say. That is anti-fraud action within the anti-counterfeiting and within for the educational platform, it is possible, and if we will recall in the memory information on intellectual property, we would like to we will possibly remember the gaps existing in these activities, and if in the educational organization we talk about the professors or faculty members, here regarding the students, we haven't resolved the issue, so there are a lot of gaps, and that is quite relevant. Do you have any questions for the reporter? If not, we'll proceed. Thank you, Natalia Alexeyevna. The next is Mosabek and Galmira Kolitaevna, the senior experts of the agreements on using the intellectual property under the Ministry of Justice of Republic of Kazakhstan. On registration of agreements under franchising in Republic of Kazakhstan, what kind of interesting things would you have? What digitalized your experience, please?
In my speech, I will talk about the contract of franchising and the procedure of registration and what digital technologies can help us in this field. So franchising is a special type of contract in which one side of the right holder provides the complex of the rights to the other side, and the main difference is that the right is not only on one object, but the complex of the restricted rights and the decreasing of risks and the minimal expenses on the advertisements and accessibility to knowledge. Currently, the procedure on entering this contract is automatized, and it is online. You can open the your private account and with the help of with the e-sign by the portal and the trust with through the representatives, and the payment is through the credit cards, bank cards. Integrate with our system. The term of wait is about 3, 4, 5 days. I will briefly introduce you the checklist for the successful registration of such contract. The compulsory object of such contract will be the object of intellectual property right, and the territory is compulsory. The subject of the contract, the subject of intellectual property right, the registered data, and the title of the right holder. What else we can say about it? How often in your practice you meet franchising of IT companies, IT businesses? I haven't met it yet. We have the chains of restaurants and cafes, the beauty salons. What can we advise to our IT business in this case? You can address to us and register your businesses. We have all the tools for it. I wanted to tell it a bit later. The implementation of digital tools helped us to increase the number of the people who want to register their businesses. So we are performing in front of the entrepreneurs, business holders, and talk about how important it is to register their businesses and commercialize it and get income from it. The statistic itself says that over the 11 months of past year, we have registered 190 contracts of franchisee contracts, 503 contracts over the last year. So the rise is more than 4%. There is a question for you. Maybe you will tell this about it a bit later, but we won't talk about the state registration, about the franchisee contract. Before that, the person should spend their money to get some trademarks. So, and then, only then, he needs to post this and to promote this suggestion, this offer. And when he finds the client for this offer, only after that, he can apply such contracts. Do you have any marketplace like that? Like in Belarus, we don't have such marketplace because I've heard a lot that you have such marketplace in Belarus. Do you have any representative of Belarus? You will meet him later. You have the platform when they have all the offers of franchisers. We don't have such platforms right now. We only have opportunity to perform, to register your trademarks and commercialize them after all. Is this procedure impossible or a complex one? Creating a platform needs to have some expenses, some material costs, monetary costs. I think that it is possible, and I think that our head already thinking about it and planning this opportunity, and they have already participated in the National Patent Agency of Belarus, and they exchanged their experiences. And I think that this platform, with the perspective with the Russian Federation of the Belarus Republic, will be a united digital platform. Thank you, Gulnara. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we have already mentioned Belarus, and can we connect to the Belarus? Shumatova Maria Vladimirovna. Thank you for introducing Maria. I haven't told yet, the head of the Industrial Property Law and Contracts Division of the Legal and Personnel Support Department of the National Intellectual Property Center of the Republic of Belarus. Please, what are the numbers of the Belarus, and how do you estimate such offers and projects? I think that it's already a project. Yeah, thank you, Alexander Yurovich. I didn't hear the discussion, but my colleagues in Kazakhstan already probably have discussed many things. But we have the intellectual property right markets that the right holder can post their offers in regard of their intellectual property rights, and I have checked it. And in terms of franchising, we have about 13 offers on signing contracts of franchising, and our platform is in demand. And we are the platform of the meeting of interested parties with the intellectual right holders. Do you are ready to give help to Kazakhstan? Yes, sure. I'm sorry. Continue, please. Thank you. I didn't plan to start my speech right now, but I will continue. But we are the organization of the CMO, intellectual property rights, and we are having the task to create the comfortable conditions for the authors, the right holders, the users, and any interested people to address to us and get any service that we are giving and have it in a minimal period of time with minimal expenses. And along with that, we are taking all efforts in order to digitalize a great number of our processes. We have several program documents that are the basis of implementing such digital transformation. Is first of all the program of innovative development for 2025 and all the intellectual property rights in the. As for the components of our agency, first one of the global one achieving of ours is the internet portal for objects of intellectual property rights. It's been in force from November 1, 2024, and this enables users due to the e-sign to apply for some contracts or to apply documents. And the system was introduced currently, but by the results of the 2024, over the whole number of our applications, I think that the results of this year will be very successful ones, and the applications that we will be getting in the electronic way will be way more, and minus 15% of the standard percentage rate. And for the comfortable condition for our users, we have implemented also the step-by-step instruction that will show you how to fill the gaps in this form in order to get this registration form in a proper way. Is it powered by the artificial intelligence? Consulting for the registration this form, is it working or not? No, we don't have it in work right now. And the last question, the financing of such project is by the government, or do you have any supporters from the private sector? Right now, this is only the governmental financing. We didn't have any other options. Unfortunately, do you have any other questions? Thank you, Maria Vladimirovna. The Belarus Republic is showing great examples of such procedures, and the number of other organization processes. Thank you.
Maria, good evening. I hope you hear me well. I have a question, because we don't have such type of instrument. I would like to show you more on franchising. You have 12 cases. Do you have a selection, or is it the possibility of any interested person to entering this process, or the selection on the intention to enter in the franchising processes and the agreements of the contracting parties? Thank you for the question. In fact, we are agents. We only play informational function because all the information provided by the actors we establish, and users who are interested in establishing franchising contracts have the opportunity to directly be connected with the right holders and then continue communication. From the outside, there is no particular contract in this regard. That is for the contracting parties. Maria, good evening. Your colleague mentioned my name is Azamat. So I do discuss the contracting of the agreements. I think that in Republic of Kazakhstan we will achieve such a practice for the attraction of the applicants uh, for attraction of the applicants for concluding the registration agreements within the organization. Such type of question I do have. There are two of them. First is duration of the consideration of the application on the object of intellectual property. Sorry. Currently, that covers 15 days of consideration of the agreements in the 15 days. And for the second, sorry, I disinformed you. It's been too early. So it's not the second question, but have you visited the Uzbekistan in March of this year for the licensing? Not. Thank you. Sorry. That is the personal information. That's arise some interest in discussion of formats, and I think that we'll have different work here. Thank you, Maria. If there is no questions, we goes to the times of changing Osman Elnora, General Director of. I'm not able to read it out loud, but quite interesting topic of the speech. Everything connects with the intellectual property. Now we can talk about the time of changes in Kazakhstan or as a whole. And Nora, please. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the forum for the time management of timely organization of this forum and for the place. Not so far ago in Majlis of Parliament has been amended on changes in some regulative acts on economy. So the government is not aware, let's say, in the stuck position of not knowing what to do further. A lot of complaints from the perspective of the right holders on not complete receiving of the fair remuneration. That is the type of community we do have. There is no opportunity to find out the further destiny of your remuneration, and the understanding of that's a kind of headache for the Minister of Justice what to do. And now we are at this stage when we need to reach the corporate societies, and now it changes to the era of digitalization and digital services, which simplifies the life of business users as well as can I have a clicker? And to the right holders. For me, it's more than 15 years in this field, and our company governs the development of digital services for coordination, management, protection, and monetization of the objects of intellectual property. Now you can find the life cycle of objects of intellectual property, and that should be under the understanding of each user holders. Now we have first we have consideration, then launching. Is it 360 degrees or 3,600? 360. Without this cycle, there is no opportunity to talk about the further monetization or development in the field of intellectual property, and now I'm happy to see that in 2021 we adopted the concept of creative economy, and a special role is devoted to the Institute of Institute of the Intellectual Property, and with no such a practice, we have no development in this field. We try to provide certain tax benefits or user preferences, but all in all, we decided to terminate all the organizational work within the institute and then to have a further development. The key role, also under the attention of the authorities, is the functionality. So within Kazakhstan, in the sessions, we do talk about the digitalization, but what type of digitalization? We do have digitalization, but for instance, in Excel format, here we not refer the Excel. We talk about the digital solutions. What type of digitalization? We talk about, do you use the budget funds? No, only the funds of right holders. Our company governs the simplification of life for right holders and businesses. When the right holder created its product, any creative person is not the lawyer or person with financial expertise. We only use he or she only uses its mind to create the objects inspiring others, so the goods for the common well-being. And today, for the creative people, simply sitting somewhere, consider everything connected with court procedures. It's too complex, and we simplify their life by creating products under their market demands. That is one of the products we have. And we can now make a step out from the cycle of designing of the product. We do have a service of digital planning before any probation or announcement regarding any stage of design or launch and whatever. I would like to suggest it to collect franchising and depown it. That is the kind of the process of the development. So in case of development of the services on each stage, will allow the good growth of the economy, or I mean the creative economy. I will not tell you in details in order to be brief, but one of the leading favorite one services we created from the business side. When the business says then, so we take a step from the traditional way of selling and copying from the flash card, for instance. We want to have a legalized music. So the business is more civilized now, and to complain on business that they do not want to have to use a legalized production, it's not fair. We are kind of a bridge for them. We give an impetus for the business facilities. So that is a motivation for them to use intellectual property, or let it be music, other creative work, and commercial purposes. So now the business entities came for motivation. And we have a certain amount of legal music with a studio quality for the business. We do recommend remote control of all the video and music content, which could be in fact in other country, but within its points, business could be ensured that it is turned on. The control of ads content and first in line being the huge business. They tired from the common practice and they understood that they need to have legalized music. How you see the scaling of your products in connection with community and government? We do see the opportunity for the elaboration of projects for the right holders of the CMOs. Our service provides automatic reports and fixation of all the playings with the metadata. That is IP monitoring. And here there is no issue of unfair remuneration. Currently, we work with Eminent Association society, because now we move forward for the optimized reporting, where the user or business knows what he or she it pays for, that it comes to Lady Gaga or someone else. We can take out this report and show them. That eliminates a headache for the for society. Digit remembers everything, yes, and I would like to suggest this monitoring. I can announce this out loud that we are only one providers of such service. And that's the thing I share in the parliament. Why do you need to design the new tool when we have the working one? Please provide access to the service where we will have automatic reporting. That is one of the options. So we will not send this money to the relatives or someone else. That's one of the most successful projects we work within, and we are proud of. We are interested very much. Sorry. The idea is great, I think. There is a lot of consider to the government and society, and in general, the perspectives of scaling is interesting too. From my point of view, the governmental authorities should pay attention at this proposal, at those positions. And 2 words. Being the member of the working groups, I have an opportunity to meet the representatives of different creative fields, so like cinematography, singers, and so on, and I try to hear their position, what type of products they in needs of, and for create the certain types of products which we. There's a lot to say about each category of the product. And I'd like to draw attention to the fact that it is a great thing that we have such type of services which are working. That is a kind of a way of resolution of the current issues, and for the businesses, for the governments, we ensure them that we are able to access the service, but we need to have a certain register. Currently, I can announce that currently there is no single register of the intellectual property objects within the Kazakhstan. Probably that's done by the private order. Yes, but that's one of the requests to have it on the blockchain technology as a single register using the experience of different countries of the CIS. That is a kind of fundamental thing for the development of any civilized society to have such type of register, and within the framework of this register, we can move forward the markets only if we have such type of grounds. It is possible to establish further services. From our side, we do have developers, and we have an experience of how to establish this because we rely on the international experience, and we are ready to have a collaboration further. Do you ready for the collaboration with Belarus and Russian? Because the representatives of their platforms are here. Thank you for your attention.
We are talking about that numbers remember not only everything, they remember the negative and the positive sides, and there is a great sphere of this project is dedicated to the investigating of such topics. And Rusakov Dmitry Alexeyevich, the head of brand protection group of Partners Law Firm, of Городиский Partners Law Firm. Dmitry Alexeyevich, please. Thank you. Colleagues, good afternoon. Can I have a clicker? Thank you. Can you please turn on the presentation? It's connected. It should be, allow me the red one. Colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Dmitry Rusakov. I'm representing the juridical firm Gorodisky in the Russian Federation. I've been working from 2018, but I'm not the lawyer. I'm technical specialist, and in 2018 we actively started working in the automatization of several processes within the juridical firm. And when we started doing it, and it's very problematic to work within this field. And when I am the deputy director of the technical department, I will present you my report. As I've already said, in this sphere of automatization, by detecting the violations in 2018, it was 6 times smaller than now. And when compared to 2023 and 2024, one of the drivers of expanding such market is the COVID-19, when in the end of 2019 and beginning 2020, the right holders and brands and we as users were using the internet, and there were some restrictions, and businesses in the short period of time needed to adapt to the restrictions that we have already faced. But for us to monitor the violations in the internet, we wanted to find some simple solution, but unfortunately, we know that for accountants and lawyers, there are some softwares, programs that will help to work in this direction in real time with consideration of the commercial to detect such violations that were not on the internet. And we invented such software program, and the experience in our juridical firm was very helpful for us. And we started to talk with the right holders. It was absolutely different spheres: the lawyers, the entrepreneurs, and salesmen. And first of all, we detected the pain of the users. And coming back to the fact that we are working in this field while for a long period of time, and we have identified the portrait of this character. And first of all, this is using the name of brands in internet sites. We automate the process of accumulating of data. And in 2017-18, that was one of the major problems on the internet. And when they use in their domain the trademarks, there were the sites that in the content use the trademarks and realized products, counterfeit, fakes, and so on, and also the originals or parallel import, because we have talked about this a lot today, and we automized this process. Also, we automized the precise work, and also the violation that we are indicating, that is indicated by our software program. We know how to work with the hosting providers and registers, and successfully implemented this practice. What we have noticed as we started to block such violations on sites, we have seen the migration of the social sites. These are social sites. We talk about the Instagram that is prohibited in the Russian Federation. And the main question that we have been asking is minimization of costs that we need to spend on the new upcoming resources to restore it. If we block the site, we know that the violators have have paid to the marketing, to the promotion, and so on. And on this example, we see that they competed in the promotion, and any blocking of such promotions was very serious for such violations. And now we have come to the rise of the electronic connection through the marketplaces in 2020, as we've been noting for ourselves. And the moment that I wanted to note, there was a lot of things about the funding, financing, and of course, marketplaces have taken for themselves this from the perspective of development of IT infrastructure for realization of counterfeiting. And we need to understand it. You know that these violators are promote their goods on marketplaces. Now you can buy it for 300 rubles. We don't know how it works, but it is a working procedure. And now we have the marketplaces for right holders. First of all, we need to talk about the great number of such cards, and the great number is being on block, and everyone is talking about how can we communicate with the government and the right holders. And no one discusses this question today, but I want to discuss because first of all, to block it, we need to find something. You can block anything, but but within the legal framework, you need to find some reasons, because there is a criminal aspect. So the algorithm is the only thing that is left. So by accidents, New Year, and we know that everyone needs gifts, and we have searched for the perfumes on the online store of Moscow. In the shop, it's about $400 or $500. We just copy the name and put it in the marketplace, and it gives us 728 rubles. If you go to the reviews, about 300 reviews there, and it's been quite a while on this marketplace. It's very popular, good marketplace, and we know that there are professionals that work in this direction. But we analyze the number of sales. One card was sold for 3,700 times, and the turnover is about $25,000. And this is a single example that we don't waste our resources, analyzed how much the original one costs, and look at the turnover. We look at the volume. This is a great number of counterfeits that is crossing the marketplaces. They are working on the claims of the violators. There are some forms for the right holders with Yandex Market or Ozon that helps to combat counterfeiting on their market. But once again, in order to block it, you need to find out first. We atomized and unified the forms of applying claims. Do you have any mutual projects? No, we don't have it yet. Their feedback is coming, but it's not the question of today's topic. And interaction in this field is another different topic. But if you come to the effect, as you can see, the marketplaces are atomizing the processes, and their help and the terms of the helps, it can be done, because this is a different question. Why not? Because we can proceed to the right using tools, and this mutual work online and offline leads us to the fact that marketplaces are cleaner and the consumer doesn't affect from this, and the market is cleaner. Good afternoon. I have seen the unicorn. Your platforms are, from my perspective, from an expert perspective, I am an international lawyer on intellectual property right, and I wanted to know, do you work on the trademarks in the internet domains? And this system, is it available for other lawyers in other different countries? And where does it work? On behalf of Russia or Kazakhstan, can Kazakhstan lawyers purchase some subscription, or can we find? Because I have some cases where our users' rights are being violated and there is no service in Kazakhstan. Can we integrate it to the Kazakhstan or interact with you? Yes, we are working in this direction in order to have it as a software program, and not only in the Russian market, but on the Kazakhstan shop and com, and to integrate this access to other countries. Thank you. Do you have any questions? I have an arbitral question. You've been noting it yourself that it varies a lot on different marketplaces, and it's a serious problem because the consumer doesn't know how to act. Can it be tackled on the governmental level? In my point of view, no, because every platform has its own point of view. The lawyers within this organization will function as they wanted to do. If the seller doesn't meet all the requirements, their card's been blocked. So in Ozon, there is a different system. All the documents that they provide, Ozon analyzes, and then they give it to us. If there are problems, they block them by themselves. Ideally, it is very important to have such cards. So this is the basic position. You can turn on your microphone. I have a question, Dmitry. What is about the labeling? You have illustrated the example about the perfumes. From my perspective, all marketplaces are crowded with all the positions, the products that cannot be filled without the documents, the certificates, and so on. How it functions? How do you combat with such counterfeiting in such a great system? It's very interesting for us in the context of functions of marketplace. The original approach to this topic about the honest sign, all about the perfumes, is in force from the 1st November. Secondly, if we pick the costs, the products that are being labeled for a while time, for example, tobacco products, it is on Instagram and other social medias. They know how to fit such restrictions, and the market of illegal cigarettes is the same because there is a migration process. I have such question. You have noted that you detect some violations, and then you analyze how long does it take to violator to answer you, and if he doesn't delete, what further actions do you take? First of all, about the terms for wildberries, it is 10 days. Zone Yandex Market takes about 5 days. If they don't answer, they just delete their cards. If the violator violator adds some documents, we start to have disputes with the letters from the right holders. From our practice, if the goods is counterfeit one, he needs to be deleted. How do you monitor the Telegram? It's not difficult to monitor, as difficult to block. Talking about Telegram, we have found the way to block, the way to overcome such. Can you share it? No, sorry. I have a question about the parallel import. As the right holders, they sign the licensed agreements, and one product can be sold for one price, and in other country there is a different price. In Kazakhstan, we have a problem with marketplaces, and they don't think about the right holders, and they just give up on the license. How do you combat with such cases? Do you have any successful cases? In Belarus, we have such case, but it's not successful one. The Russian and Belarusian successful are selling their goods on marketplace, but the Russian one doesn't want to import these products on the Belarusian marketplace cheaper than it's in Russia. So the main point is that the good is legal. The one case that is about the original product, the Russian distributor doesn't want to This is the question for the law enforcement agencies. I have the question of service, or a technical one. I couldn't understand it well. Can right holder visit the site and just check it? You need two keywords for the system, and the system defines the. So the system can see, the right holders can also monitor it with our help or not. And about the violations, the claims are sent to all violations or not. If you have the wide list, or if you want to send the claims to all, we do it. A quick question, and if the site is not in domain zone of the Russian integration and there is no information, the contact information, how can we work with such system? The information mediator is the one that provides the hosting for the registration. Thank you so much, Dmitry Alexeyevich. It's very clear that you have a deep experience in this sphere, and I think that we have another collaboration, I guess, within this section, and this is a very interesting topic, and the format and problems of questions and the decision making is a complex one. This is a wonderful art that has no limits, and we are proceeding in the blockchain technology, and we give the floor Nikita Andreevich, head of the legal expertise and analysis department of the All Russian Public State Organization. This is one of the interesting example of tackling these issues within the framework of its single order. Nikita Andreevich. Unfortunately, we will wait for the connection, and not to waste our time, we will proceed to the Semyonov Pavel Sergeyevich,
the chairman of the board of directors of national rating systems on regulating subjects of small and medium business objects. Can we launch the presentation? Thank you, Alexander Yurovich. Dear colleagues, I'd like to greet you all within my presentation, I would like to mention the new approach to the combating of counterfeiting products, which will cover not only the tools but the principle of combating its contracting itself, which covers the higher control on the realization of products of counterfeiting products and services. As you know, the production based on the system of labeling of product tracing that's been mentioned a lot within this date. The 2024, the control is implemented in all countries of EAEU in Russian. That is a fair sign in Kazakhstan from 2021 implement the system of tracing, and so that is account the approaches is keeping by the member states of the EAEU, and the system of control of the production has some gaps. So there is the cases of searching for new approach decisions, and there is a wide cases of using the falsified codes by the actors, and within the counterfeiting activity. We can say that the log suffers. It's not the 100% guarantee for the original product use. This following one is the installment of the software without any permission for the civil use. Also, here we mention these such type services throughout the internet services, and there is no opportunity to label such type of products. As I mentioned, we can change approach in the digital field to make it focus not only the fight with the counterfeiting products, but also focus on those who has an income from these practices. That refers to the counterfeiting tracking and the problems related to their realization. Since 2021, there is a pilot project under the Russian Federation government and a national rating system, which is an actor of the rating agency. New approach for the company assessment comes to the study of the National Center of Methodology, and that is the distinguishing from our others. Company estimated under the 15 indicators and received the final results of level in the form of letter. We verified the data provided by the business itself and subjected to the verification of the object, the assessment of the documentation like certificates, declarations, and so on. The data on right holders, the data on legal bodies involved, and so on. So each private organization, private business, or other type of businesses undergo on this scale. Russian Federation involved the passport for legal bodies, and here we see the implementation in our other fields. That is the example of company using the comprehensive data loss on this business entity acting as a passport on organization. And in perspective, we do plan the creation of the pool of the businesses undergoing the ratings process and reaffirming this regularly. On behalf of the government, we can provide the benefits for these companies, especially if we talk about the regulation activities and potential regime, beneficial regime with no critical barriers. I would like to clarify more on how it could be seen in practice. For instance, the practice which involves into the import activity as comes to the green zone, with the lower risk on participation on gray economy, at the same time with individual companies attracting to the activities of product realization and having no legal proof of distribution could be under the risk. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that within this monitoring, acquiring of the rating mark and passport is not the determinant stage. That is only the launching point for the further changes and control and for the regular reforms. How do you think could the free will change to the obligatory form in which cases? In cases when the pilot project would be effective, by which indicators? Separately taken fields, for instance. Further, I will touch upon the most affected by the counterfeiting and throughout a certain period of time for the companies which became more clear in terms of acting and could be trustworthy by the government. So, counting into consideration the strategic characteristics and noted by the President of Russian Federation Vladimir Putin under the visit to the Republic of Kazakhstan, that the cooperation has a long-term nature of strategic cooperation. There is a need to establish the single database for the countries for estimation of the businesses and within the market of import and export and within the market, within the work of the exclusive rights for creating the rating of the partners. I would like to appreciate the role of Kazakhstan being the bridge between the East and West. It's a kind of Silk Road 2 project, isn't it? That's a great proposal because that is a unique proposal in terms of documentation and practical solutions. So the further improvements of this work could lead to the increased rate of counterfeiting products, which cannot be traced and controlled. So in this situation, this practice could impact a lot in the short-term perspective. I would like to draw attention to the some points of the previous forum within which we made an important decision. We signed the memorandum on understanding on the cooperation within the international standards with Ministry of Trade and Standardization of the Republic of Kazakhstan. In the St. Petersburg Forum Anti-Counterfeiting, Mr. Manturov highlighted that the combating counterfeiting production would be successful only after the mutual cooperation. And Mr. Shalayev also mentioned that establishing the committee could be under the EAEU could allow this committee to participate into the activities regarding the standardization using the methodology of the business assessment and financial universities' practices. I'm unsure that using these governmental standards will become the new stage of further practice and would be implemented into the system within the cooperation in anti-counterfeiting activities. It's one of the aspects of unification of single informational space. I would like probably to have a discussion based on the digits. I've heard within the session, Natalia, within her presentation, mentioned that more than 68, if I'm mistaken, 69% of the youth are satisfied with the counterfeiting situation. They do use the counterfeiting goods, so they do plan this. That is a normal thing for them. You mentioned by your own, and we personally see the tendencies that the business enters the network. That has been mentioned by Dmitry and you. At the same time, due to the natural reasons, those people who are the youth, representatives of the youth right now, they will become the adult audience and been able to pay further, and you try to label the sellers and the product. If almost the 70% is satisfied the counterfeiting production, why do we need labeling? For being assured that I buy the counterfeit in production, but in fact 70% is satisfied with the situation, and you work only for the 30% of others. So here we tick for the category of attention. So this person sells the dupes of the Louis Vuitton production for the very low price, for instance. So I don't understand when we talk on the labeling of the socially important projects like food products, medications, and so on. Thank you for the question. I understand what we are talking about. We do not talk about the labeling of the products. We label only the specific companies. So actually, I don't understand the logical part of your question. Why we need to force person to buy the same perfume, for instance, for the much higher price. First of all, we talk about the vast majority of legal sellers who are interested to be legally identified and distinguished from the counterfeiting products, and for those entities who gather legal and illegal activities, that means nothing. But throughout the deep verification, yes, indeed. However, for a legal one, there is no such an opportunity. That's the first case. Moments. And the second one, on your question, globally, referring to the global topic of this forum, here the initiative, it comes from above, from the right holders who receives income, and the governments who interested to have higher taxes. Have I understood right? Yes, in governments. So the business itself interested in so many things. Sorry for my remark, but here is referring the initiative of training the public servants because they are not competent in certain questions, and we hear that really the other kids want to do a lot from the things they did. So the business doesn't want to do a lot of things, but it is ability driven. We also have a taxation, social works, and so on. We can have a motivation, but without any restrictions, we cannot see any progress that this are able to. The last question. That is the different cases. We discussed the case of the companies trading on the marketplaces. We suggested the system of interaction for the plants from China and other countries, including Kyrgyzstan, and we established bridge within which they created the unique products, and now they sell them in Dubai, Russia, and other countries, and taking leading places. So we created from the gray economy, selling counterfeiting production. We created those ones who established the unique products, and I think we do involved not only into the process of suppression or restrictions. The thing we need to do is to have more enlightened work in terms of how to have a higher incomes within the clear market, how to be structurized to earn more, and to receive the methodological support of small medium enterprises. That is the thing I do right now, for instance, or at the international level, we have a practice too. So now we came to some common ground. Only one thing to mention, 1 minute we have. That is risk-oriented approach. We have the regulatory system which controls the banking. If in our country each day the banks receive information on the zone of there they are who are in red, they have fully restricted work. For instance, so in the further conditions that could be obligatory form of activity if the seller is not in compliance with the requirements and the violation in the red zone, they are not allowed to be in the marketplace. So informally, that is a normal civilized condition, also used in the anti-frauding practice, and there is no suppression, only the help. Of course, so all in all, we are a civilized market, and we will bring our consumers and producers to the necessary level. For this, we need to establish the staff members and to have an understanding of work. And we've seen 3 interesting projects. Thank you very much for work. I think that within the Anti-Counterfeiting Association, we can keep in touch to reach the context and for having further discussions within our sessions, because we have the good teams. We attract you for the further cooperation. Thank you very much. We have the best moderator, allow me to mention. That was the great.
Recording stopped.
Subject to labeling. And of course, you can see like 86% for the 2 years expiry date supplement foods. So, and there are unscrupulous producers that are that started their 3 years food supplement. They started only now to label their products because distributors, they do not accept this kind of supplements without expiry date. Now we see the growth, and now we can compare the volume of production and the import in the territory of Russian Federation. Like 85% of market belongs to the Russian Federation, and also we can compare with the and now we can see that the major part of the counterfeits coming from EU. And about the clear data, and we have compared our data with the different agencies of Russian Federation. Maybe it's not appropriate, but it should be. So we have went through this like line, and now our production, in accordance with the data of labeling system, increases the volume that was demonstrated in a retail analytical data. We are forecasting the growth for like 1/3. As soon as the 2-year expiry date food supplements will be removed, we will be having new data and more clear data. Yesterday, I have been addressed by
рассказывали мои коллеги.
By reporter, I was talking to my colleague. It was the experiment on the control of producers on the Russian Federation on food supplement. Why it is important to do. I know from my side, I deal with the market of food supplement, and with major and medium importers, and with the markets that are ready to work with us. And several days ago, one importer showed the photos of the good as a food supplement. It was like a real copy of the American brand, and we have tested and investigated on the labeling. We have seen that this individual entrepreneur has made the copy of this brand on the territory of Russian Federation. I can say that if the consumer is not knows well, does not know well the difference between the copy and the original, it will be difficult. And this partner received the data who uses his brand on the Russian Federation, and due to the labeling system. And this partner, of course, went and bought the copy and showed to the owner. So, and this experiment that connects with the unscrupulous partners, it will be a solution there that there will not be labeling provided for this and the coding to this unscrupulous partner, and it will not be possible to buy to this kind of counterfeits, and we will be like protected so we will not be able to deal with this and will not have any cases will not face with frauds. So Maria Alexandrovna has already told a lot. As for the labeling, she said 12, because we will be having labeling of gloves in March 2025, but the other decision already made, and the 9 categories are now under the experiment, and the medical devices, some papers, and prostheses. They are not the medical devices, they are like components of ready processes. As for the experiment, under them 24 good categories, but the total number is 405, and I believe that we are hoping the maximum cover. Mostly we will take those medical devices and we'll get the advantages. I believe that my colleagues from pharmaceutical sphere will also tell. And I have just now told and finished about the food supplements, and I believe that this is very useful and accessible tool to combat the counterfeit. I believe that we should expand the labeling system for those goods that can be harmful for the health of the citizens. Thank you very much, colleagues. I have finished. Любовь Vladimirovna, thank you very much. So we will try to connect again your colleague, Alexandra Tikhonova. Alexandra Viktorovna, can you try again? Dear colleagues, could you please say, do you see my presentation? Yes, we see. Excellent. Good day, good evening. I'm glad to participate this event, even if it's online. I will try to provide efficient and informative information. As I am having presentation after my colleague, as I'm the representative of the market, I would like to start from the aim and the tasks of market. So monitoring.
And my colleagues previously have also confirmed what I am about to present using my slides. We do have a task to improve the market and engaging the government, the market, and the consumer. The government has to provide the guarantees of the origins of the products, provide the traceability of pharmaceuticals, improve the customs duties, improve the monitoring. This is what I will cover during my presentation in a more detail. When talking about business, Alexander mentioned analytical tools for the participants of the market, and I, as a representative of an operator and as a person who directly deals with the system, I'm very glad to hear that this is a working tool, effective tool that helps to get access to accurate data, and based on that data, to elaborate analytics and make decisions based on that analytics. We're also a single window to the state information system for consumers. When we talk about consumers, it is important to understand, probably everyone has already mentioned this,